My dudes, what's up? What's our buddy up to? I think we're doing Factorio soon with Lake Kyle. Resident Evil 7.
Fuck.
I didn't even know the Resident Evils went up this high. Finish near. Listen, Kyle said he's gonna be done early tonight, okay?
Different one.
We're not doing that one right now. I want you to wait back over that way.
What do you mean we're not doing that one? What does that mean?
It's not valid, sir.
It's not valid?
No. So I want you to back up for me and keep the sidewalk clear, please.
How is it not valid? I'm just curious.
Sir, they're not going to let you in tonight.
Because of this badge?
That badge is not a valid badge, sir.
For what reason? I'm doing like a little experiment here. Not with you guys, but with somebody else.
But I need to keep this area clear.
Can you just tell me?
Oh, of course.
Can you just tell me where we are?
Well, I warned them. They fucked me on 500.
My dude.
Nobody look. Everybody close your eyes.
Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Close your eyes.
This is
marathon
safety.
Wait, I actually don't know the code.
TGM. I mean,
God mode enabled? Wait.
yes. Yeah, and then just kill him.
Go murder that god.
Look, the Skyrim speedrunning community is, to be fair, you have to have a very
That's the wrong dragon.
This is the worst thing I've done in my life.
Okay.
Mim, can you calm me down? Wait, Curse is calling. Wait, it's gonna be fake Curse probably. Hold on. Curse?
I kind of have a little announcement. I just want to be completely transparent with you guys. As you know, I have a beautiful family and a wife and a kid, and I want to be transparent.
Wow, my dude, what's up?
Not much.
Well, that's what it is, right? Is it like,
Wait, did you just start
like
your stream? What the hell
Yeah.
have you been doing?
I went out to eat, so.
Oh, I got you. Where'd you go out to eat?
There's this place called the Jaipur, or the Hyper, I think. The J is silent. It's an Indian place near here. It's actually really sick. It's like the best Indian place I've ever been to in my life. Holy shit.
How many Indian places have you been to?
Several. I went to a few. I went to one in Seattle, and I've been to one in LA. And then I've been, I think, to 2 or 3 around here in Omaha. This place is like super sick. I haven't been to like a million Indian restaurants, but like this one is pretty good.
I've never had Indian food.
Mm-hmm.
I know my Jesus Christ, my brother's wife.
Yeah?
My brother's wife fucking loves Indian food.
Well, Kyle, all 4 of us could go out to eat if he wanted to. Could invite them? If she really loves Indian. How would you even know this? Why do you even know what your brother's wife likes to eat?
I see them I see her like twice a month.
And you
I go to my parents' house
every food that you like? She just brought
I don't know. It came up with this conversation. It's not like your family where you see them like twice a year. Like they come over to my parents for dinner on Sundays.
And you're just in the course of the conversation. So what kind of food do you guys like to eat?
Dude, I've seen her I've seen her twice a month for like the last 2 years.
Yeah, sure, but like I've got friends that I don't know what Mr. Wooten likes to eat, and I've talked to him probably
that's
more.
That's because you're talking about League of Legends, okay?
Okay.
Oh, how do I put this?
Toast or disguised toast? This is some high effort shit. He's even got the reflection on the fucking table.
Wait, what are you watching?
I don't know. Hold on, I'll link you.
Oh, how do I put this?
He is quite the memer.
Do you know Hilary Swank? Like, Hilary Swank is an actress who is kind of attractive, but she's not known for being attractive. And you can see going on a date with Hilary Swank. And then there's girls like, I don't know, Scarlett Johansson.
This guy's toast.
Who's like so hot that you can't ever go on a date with Scarlett Johansson. Because she's too attractive.
Okay.
I don't know.
Wait one sec. Kimchi.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the quesadilla?
Yeah. Can I have another $50? I'm joking. Don't pay me. This feels wrong. I don't like this. Timmy, come here. Timmy, come on. He's not gonna feed you.
Okay.
We go to the next place, man. And we can't go anywhere because it won't
I'm
load.
not gonna lie. I'm not a big fan of like the green screen when people do that.
You're not a big fan?
Yeah. Well, sometimes it looks okay. A lot of the time it looks really shitty.
Yeah, I'm not trying.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
Here we go to the next loaded place.
Seems like a lot of effort for not a lot of, I don't know, just to, it looks just weird to me.
He's actually stuck in me.
All right.
My name is Toast, and I play Hearthstone. I have no friends, and I'm all alone. I like streaming, but sometimes I wish I had friends. Wait, is Steven done yet?
What is this?
Oh man. Oh, whew. Hey, hey Toast, are you there? Toast?
Steven, you're a terrible influence on Lily.
I'm not, Kyle.
You're
She
a
was always
terrible
like that.
influence.
She was always like that, okay?
Dude, you're ruining this innocent young girl. I blame you for this.
All right, Kyle, it's time to buy the stuff off the boat and then I'll load up Factorio. Hold on. (14-7) with Mr. Moon, guys. God damn, that past 21 game record.
That's good.
It is good, Kyle.
Like, are your wins like really short games and your losses like really long games? Because I feel like whenever I'm watching you, things aren't going well.
I don't know.
Those games.
Okay, load game. Kyle.
Whoa, you're supposed to load the previous autosave, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Good luck. I don't know how far back this is. Hopefully you're not
Figure it
dead
out.
yet. Missile turrets are up, and there's a radar there, so I'm going to assume you're not dead, but we're about to find out. It's your boy, Renegade Zero. Are you alive?
Where am I at?
You look pretty alive.
Where was I gonna? Okay, I am pretty alive, but where was I gonna go?
South?
There was something I was killing when I died.
Southwest. That line, I think, of laser turrets at the very end is where you died before. I just marked it with a tag called memes.
Oh, that's where. Yeah, for sure.
Oh shit, one more meme, hold on.
Maybe kill that too. Fuck.
Can we ban all degenerate claw-style mouse holders? That's the only way to hold the mouse, you degen.
Claw? Wait. What's the other one called?
Savage, I think.
God damn.
Or Neanderthal. Sometimes they call it, you've got claw grip, and then I think there's the 43 grip is what they call it.
Claw grip, tip grip, palm grip.
Oh.
I am tip.
Oh, palm grip is another name for the 43 grip.
I'm definitely, because I'm like tip, which is like kind of in the middle. I definitely don't claw it, but I mean like my whole hand doesn't touch the mouse.
Never mind. All right. What did we listen to 7 yesterday or 8?
I think we listened to 8.
Are you fucking serious? Oh, recognizing relatives. Okay. Ethology. What does that even mean?
It's the study of Ethereum.
Nice. Study of
You
animal
really think
behavior.
so? I thought that was pretty lazy, you know? Oh god, I almost... No, I did not.
Kyle, are you fucking
I
serious?
wasn't paying attention. Oh, they're gonna kill everything. I really died.
Do we want to
I just wasn't
restart?
paying attention. Nah, we're fine. I'll just go make the run.
Are you sure?
There's nothing left alive there.
Oh, okay.
It's just, I gotta run. I just wasn't paying attention and they were just railing me instead of the turrets.
Alright, I sent you the meme link.
Something tells Steven, why would you refer to this as
Everything
meme?
is a meme, Kyle.
This is not a meme at all. This is serious business.
Hold on.
I was like, just make River Crocolisk grab 3 health or something stupid. And like that might make it decent enough for people to play again. And they went through the trouble of making a response video, like Ben Brode and everything. And their response was that might like basically imbalance the game because River Crocolisk was actually played in a competitive hunter deck at some point. Well, what the fuck is that then, bro? What is that? What's that?
Okay. Alright, do you have the video loaded?
I do.
Alright. Good luck, Kyle.
Thanks, I'll need it.
Stanford University.
Let's get started. See, once again, game plan for the coming week or so. Next 3 lectures will be the TA overviews, introductions to nervous system endocrinology. Once again, what I emphasized the other day is if you're not sure if you've got enough background exposure to these topics for it to be worth coming, I would suggest you assume that you don't, and because it could do nothing more than help, even if you've had a lot of this before. Following that, some more advanced topics in the subject, and then barreling on into the midterm. Okay, today we leap yet another discipline into yet another one, this one being concerned with basically the same exact issues that we've had before: nature, nurture, interaction, behavior, and this one, as you will see, with a completely different approach than all the prior ones. Now, the other day, when going through what heritability means and doesn't mean, one of the key points that came out the end was that whole business of the more different environments you study something in, the lower your heritability term is going to be. So what's one of the punchlines that comes out of that? If you want to understand the genetics of behavior, you've got to go look at the behavior in lots of different environments. What today's discipline is about is taking that one step broader. If you want to understand anything about the biology of behavior, number one, you want to study it in lots of different environments. Number two, you want to study it in as natural of environments as possible. And number three, go in there assuming that you are going to have to translate a language. The quote at the beginning there, something to the effect of ethology, the field we'll be looking at today. Ethology is the process of interviewing an animal, but in its own language. So what we'll see here is this is an expansion in a certain way on that notion that if you want to understand behavior, get your animal out of the laboratory. Now, to begin to sort of appreciate the context this has in history, we start off, God help us, with history of psychology in around 1900 or so, when universally agreed upon the grand poobah of psychology was William James. And all I know about William James is that he was highly philosophical, and I fall asleep every time I try to read the guy. But he dominated the period in a way in which psychology was basically an introspective business that was sort of a branch of philosophy. And coming out in the decades after that were the young Turks of psychology who despised this whole approach because they wanted to make psychology a science, a quantitative science, an experimental science. They wanted numbers, enough of this philosophy stuff. And out of it came this very deep reflexive distrust of any behavior you couldn't see and you couldn't measure. And you didn't want to know what was going on inside anybody's personal life, inside their head, whether they were a fish or a human. All you were interested in is what was going on in the outside world just before that behavior occurred, and what behavior was it. Simple organisms as input-output black boxes. Forget this philosophy stuff. Give me something I can measure. And this was this emerging discipline of behaviorism, which became the dominant school in American psychology by the middle of the last century. We've already heard from one of the starting founding fathers of it, and that was John Watson. That was the guy from the first lecture, give me a kid from any background, and I'll turn him into a butcher, baker, candlestick maker sort of thing, and that everything could be controlled in environment, and thus you could shape behavior to any direction you want. Behaviorism sort of hit its heyday, its absolute apogee, with its most famous practitioner, who was B.F. Skinner. Skinner, who dominated, I think most studies show, or that he was the best known, most cited psychologist throughout the middle part of the last century, incredibly influential, and American psychology at the time was all about behaviorism. What are the key features of it? First one was this hysterical, radical, extreme environmentalism. The notion that we are all tabula rasas and whatever that is, that we are all blank slates, and all that we come in with is this blank slate to be written on by environment. Don't tell me about genes, don't tell me about biology at all, don't tell me about anything other than what's going on in the environment and how does that shape the behavior coming out the other end, and can I measure it? Extreme radical environmentalism in terms of gene-environment interaction, there were no genes. There were no interactions as far as they were concerned. The next building principle was this notion of reinforcement theory. Let me control when any given organism receives a positive reinforcement, a reward. Let me control when it receives a negative reinforcement, a punishment. Give me the ability to control those in the environment, and I will produce any behavior you want in that organism. Once again, whether it is a fish or a human and everything in between, this utter reliance on behavior is shaped by the rewards and punishments of environment, reinforcement theory. The final piece of it was this notion of universality, which is it works this way in everybody. It works this way in every single species out there. And if you want to study lab rats, you're going to learn the exact same thing as if you were studying giraffe, but it's a lot harder to study them in a lab. You sure don't need to study them out in their natural habitat because it's just understanding the reinforcements coming in, the behavior coming out the other end. They're all the same. This period, dominated by the behaviorists, was historically a total drag because these guys had just a stranglehold on the field, and all of them looked the same. If you ever look in one of those Time Life books on history of the mind or whatever, there will be the inevitable picture of B.F. Skinner with some pigeon, and Skinner was like your archetypal, at a central casting behaviorist. He had this inordinately shiny forehead and these big glasses, and every picture of him, for some reason, photographers were always forced to kneel down and take a picture of him looming over with his pigeon, and everything considered, this was an incredibly frightening looking man. And he would then be free to go on with astonishing quotes like, dog, cat, rat, child, doesn't matter, it's all the same. This notion of universality of behaviorism. And Skinner invented all sorts of utopian societies. A book of his that was very influential, a novel called Walden 2. You can build a perfect world out of reinforcement theory, all with environmentalism, and I could have built the exact same utopia studying this with grasshoppers as with humans. Boy, cat, dog, rat, whatever, they're all the same. So the building blocks of American behaviorism: utter reliance on environmentalism, utter reliance on the notion that all of behavior could be explained, could be shaped by the rewards and punishments, the positive and negative reinforcements of environment. And this works the same way in every single type of animal out there. So you might as well just study it in a rat and a pigeon. Those were the two backbones of behaviorist research because they're a lot more convenient, and you can study it in a lab because it's the exact same thing. It is purely a function of the environment you're controlling. And you understand that, and as long as there's some behavior coming out the other end that you could measure and generate numbers, you are doing scientific psychology, and this is what the whole field was about. Meanwhile, over in Europe, there was a totally different tradition emerging. And what it has its greatest similarities to is, you read any of these books on the history of evolution, and there's always this phase of all of these 19th century British naturalists, where half of them were parsons in some Anglican church or whatever. They always had to be parsons, and they would always be out tromping around the woods of England with a butterfly net, and these were the guys that would come back with a gazillion different types of butterflies. This is when butterfly collecting became this obsession with British upper middle class and parsons and stuff of just go out in the country, and what would you do? You would come back and you would generate these whatevers of all the different types of butterflies and just wallow in the variability. That was the main thing of it. Look at all these different colors, look at all these different shapes of wings. The interpretation at the time, of course, was look at all this glorious variability of life and God's work showing in it. But the main thing emotionally that these guys were about was variety, the range of differences, the range of different ways that species could look like. And what this new field was emerging in Europe was ethology. What ethology was about was the same exact emotional pulse as in those 19th century parsons with the butterfly nets, but what ethologists would do is go out and collect behaviors. And they would come back and they would just wallow and just be buoyant by all of the different types of behavioral variety, and that's the most important thing. So we can see right off the bat, they are not going to be getting along very well with the behaviorists with the rat equals boy equals hippo business there, because what these guys were all about was just the sheer variety of behavior, and implicit in that, how you have to study it in natural environments. So there were three guys during this period, beginning work early in the 20th century, who were the official godfathers of the whole field of ethology. One was Nico Tinbergen, next was Konrad Lorenz, the next was Hugo von Frisch, and these were the big three. They eventually got their Nobel Prizes. And Tinbergen was basically a saint, an incredibly sort of accomplished, interesting man who did all sorts of extraordinarily good things. Konrad Lorenz, as we know, was Nazi scum. And Hugo von Frisch was just really, really, really old. Somehow he was just really old from the very beginning, and he was about 89 when he got his Nobel Prize. These were the starting three that began the whole field. So we've got our archetypal behaviorist villains there with their shiny foreheads leaning over the camera guy and waving pigeons at them. And what are the ethologists about? All of them were guys with these knobby knees and very hairy legs with big, thick old hiking boots covered in mud and alpine whatevers. And what they were doing was just tromping around in the outside world, collecting behaviors, just looking at the sheer variety. Okay, it's obvious which team I'm rooting for here, but even, you know, that they hung out with Konrad Lorenz. Okay, the ethologist, a much more nuanced, a much broader, much more multifaceted, diverse view of life there. The ethologist, completely unconnected with behaviorism in the United States. Instead, we're developing this whole field premised on all sorts of very different notions. Behaviorists, this radical environmentalism, what ethology was about from day one was gene-environment interactions. Behaviorist rules of positive, negative reinforcement, that explains the entire world. As we'll see, some of the most amazing things ethologists came up with were examples of animals acquiring new behaviors that broke every rule on earth of behaviorism about how learning occurs. Finally, over there with the behaviorist with their universality, cat equals hippo, and what the ethologists were about was every species solves its environmental challenges and its history of evolutionary challenges in a unique way. And out of that came Tinbergen's famous quote, which is, again, ethology is the study of animal behavior, but where you're interviewing the animal in its own language. And the whole premise of ethology was that's preferable, and that's not going to happen unless you're out there in nature, in the animal's real habitat, and you better be real open-minded as to what counts as communication, as what counts to be the animal's language that you are talking to it with. One example of this. This was somewhat of a different discipline, but in the 1960s, there was this very interesting sort of cottage industry of research that came out, which is you take a normal lab rat, and now what you do instead is put it in an enriched environment. You put it in a big enclosure with lots of other rats and beeping toys and interesting smells and cell phones and all sorts of sounds of that sort. And what they would show was landmark. Take a rat and put it in an enriched environment, and 1960s neurobiology of a type we've heard about already, you get a thicker cortex. People went wild over that in terms of enriching the environment. This prompted a gazillion studies during the 60s built around this very great society, 60s optimism about things. The Head Start program emerged during that period out of the demonstration that all sorts of privations in various points of life, early in life, could be buffered, reversed by the right sort of enriched environments. Incredibly
Esoteric. 34 months.
Billions of studies on it, and hidden away in the literature was one very
34
interesting
months.
study.
34 months.
Which is when you took these enrichment sort of poobahs there, and now what they did in this one study was they studied wild rats. And they brought in wild rats, and what they saw was, even without the enrichment, you didn't need to do a thing about enrichment. You take the best environmental enrichment laboratory paradigm to get you the thickest cortex around, and it's not going to be as thick as in a wild rat. And these guys were not ethologists, but this is exactly the sort of thing that ethology is built around. You are not going to be seeing normal behavior in a cage. Looking at a rat in there, that's like studying dolphins swimming in a bathtub. You are going to be missing everything under those. And whoa, there is stuff going on out there. If a wild rat has a thicker cortex than we know how to come up with, we need to be studying animals in their natural setting. Okay, so that was their basic sort of call to arms. What ethologists worked out were a number of very clear sort of experimental approaches built around a whole bunch of the W questions, who and what and where and why, or whatever it is we did in 5th grade. Here's what they looked at. They looked at, first, what was the behavior? What was the behaviors? We'll see they had a certain jargony term for it, fixed action patterns. And what we'll see about it is this is a very specific realm of types of behavior that had a very interesting subtle relationship with things like instinct. Next, what in the outside world triggered that behavior to occur? And their jargon stuff, terminology, what was the environmental releasing stimulus that caused this fixed action pattern to come out? Next, dramatically different from where the behaviorists were, what's going on in that organism's head so that that releasing stimulus triggers the fixed action pattern to occur? What are the intervening mechanisms? What are the innate releasing mechanism was the jargon they came up with. Very jargony Middle European stuff, but what's going on in an animal's head? What's the behavior? What triggered it outside there? What's the machinery that took that releasing stimulus in the environment and turned it into the behavior? And finally, a realm which connects them with evolution type people. What's the value? What's the adaptive value of that behavior? And what we'll see is that question meant an utterly different world to ethologists than it did to evolution people. Okay, so starting off, those fixed action patterns. Fixed action patterns, when you first begin to learn how ethologists thought about it, you immediately sense they're talking about instincts. They're talking about reflexes. They were definitely not. And terms like instinct had incredibly dirty connotations among psychologists and animal behaviorists around the time, just because, like an earlier period, animals, humans had instincts for maternal behavior and instincts for inevitable aggression and instincts for entrepreneurship and instincts for... And it was a totally meaningless term because it described anything that you wanted to say was something that's supposed to happen and that I'm good at doing. What you had instead, in their view, was something much more subtle. A fixed action pattern is not maternalism. A fixed action pattern is not entrepreneurship. A fixed action pattern is a relatively tractable piece of behavior involving a bunch of interconnected muscles and producing this characteristic behavior which had a meaning to it. Okay, nice and abstract. We will see examples shortly. But what they also had that separated it from instincts by miles and miles was animals didn't have to learn how to do it. It was hardwired, but animals had to learn how to do it better. And that was an amazing insight in terms of gene-environment interactions. The word gene was not appearing in their thinking at the time. But fixed action patterns. In other words, experience could change the way you do the fixed action pattern, or already harking back to the molecular lecture and that obsession with if-then clauses, what experience mostly would do is not so much change the nature of the fixed action pattern, but change the context, teaching you when to do it, when not to, if-then clauses of if this environmental event is happening, then bring out this cohesive set of behaviors that have at least some superficial resemblance to instinct but doesn't hold up for long. This was really important. Okay, so what would be examples? What does this look like? A behavior where animals simply know how to do it without learning, without experience, and they can do it right from the start, and nonetheless experience shapes it better. Obviously, first example was all of Charlotte's babies knowing how to say salutations within a few seconds of being born there, and no doubt they would soon learn who not to say that to. Classic
Keep up
example.
the great content.
And this was one that Lorenz studied for years and always wanted to have the pig killed because of Nazi scum. Okay, but anyway, I digress. And other examples. You take a squirrel that's been raised in a cage without ever seeing another squirrel, a squirrel that has subsisted on nothing but a liquid diet and that kind of thing, and give it a nut, and it will know how to crack it. It will know to carry out this fixed action pattern. This is not an instinct for food acquisition. This is something instinctual for how you hold this thing and where you chew on it or whatever it is that squirrels do. It's in there. The squirrel doesn't have to learn how to do it. But what you see is you take that squirrel without any prior experience with nutcrack and you look at them over time and they get better at it. They do it faster. They get a larger percentage of whatever's inside there. They have a basic hardwired fixed action pattern, a bunch of coordinated muscles doing a coherent set behavior, and it is shaped by experience. In this case, they learn how to do it better. Another example. This is one where you have any of those intro psych books from anywhere in the 1950s, 60s or so, and there was this inevitable picture where you had, it was this room, there was this surface, and it had a checkerboard linoleum on it, and the surface came to around here, and then it dropped down about 3 feet, and then continued the same on the bottom. It was always the same checkerboard linoleum which was like worth its weight in gold at the time, linoleum which was going to make life better for everyone. So you had this checkered linoleum thing there, and the critical thing was right around here when the wall dropped down, right here was a sheet of glass that continued out there. In other words, the actual floor would continue here on the glass while it was also dropping down to this. And what was always in one of those pictures would be some adorable, cute baby animal sitting out there on the glass, totally freaking out. Because it's out there and it's looking way down there and there's stuff, a yawning chasm below of 3 feet, and you are eliciting what was called a visual cliff response, which is, get me out of here. I'm floating up in the air here. You did not have to have animals who already had experience by, trial and error, learning that when you're floating in the air, that tends not to last for long and you get owies afterward. There was no, it's there in the first place. You take a baby dog, you take a baby human, you take a baby blue whale, whatever, and you push them out on the glass there and they look down and they totally freak out. Unless they're a baby sloth. Oh, isn't that kind of interesting? Because if you're a baby sloth who gets freaked out by yawning space underneath you, you are not going to be a very functioning sloth when you grow up there. Oh, species-specific fixed action patterns, where in this case, this visual cliff could evoke this whole fixed action pattern of panic responses, all of that. So where does the learning come in? You push this poor animal out there enough times, the 40th time the elephant's out there, and it begins to learn. I don't know what's up with this because this gravity business is making sense otherwise, but it seems to be okay when I'm out here. You could habituate the visual cliff response, but all sorts of animals, except for arboreal ones hanging up there, all sorts of species didn't have to have prior experience with not liking to drop down open spaces. It was there already. They learned the context better. Another example of this that the ethologists soon showed, but these were with captive primates. You take a monkey who was raised in isolation, has never seen another monkey, and at some point in adolescence, it's a male monkey, and you sit him down and you show him a film. And the film consists of the face of a huge, scary male monkey of the same species giving a threatening display, which is usually displaying the canines there. And this is a monkey who has no prior experience with monkeys. It has never seen a monkey before. All of its interactions have been with Barney or whatever. It knows nothing about any of this. And you show it that, and it will freak out and give a fixed action pattern, a subordinate gesture, crouching down and not making eye contact. Whoa, where'd that come from? No learning from trial and error. It was simply there as a fixed action pattern, a whole bunch of things that the monkey does with its torso, its face, all of that. Where does experience come in? The monkey needs to learn that you give a subordinating gesture like that to some big scary animal, you don't give it to infants. It needs to learn the right social context. So that's where it comes in. So you've got all these examples of behaviors that are hardwired, whatever that means, and what you have nonetheless is shaping by experience. And this is what the ethologists learned, and what was clear after a while was all sorts of animals already knew all about ethology. They understood what a fixed action pattern was, as follows. Type of monkey in East Africa called vervet monkeys. If you were a vervet monkey, there are three things on earth that terrify you. One is a leopard, another is a snake, and the third is an eagle. Leopards come from below, snakes come from below, eagles come from above. And what you have in vervet monkeys are fixed action patterns of alarm calls that they give when spotting one of the predators. They have different alarm calls for each of the species. And what has been shown is you fly over the silhouette of a perfectly nice bird there that's not going to try to carry it away, and you don't elicit it. It's not just things going on up there. It's a fixed action pattern for scary, terrifying stuff up above versus scary, terrifying stuff below with 4 legs versus scary, terrifying below with no legs at all. And they all know how to do this without prior experience. But what goes on is the same thing that makes it a fixed action pattern, which is it can be sculpted by experience. What am I saying here? Which is you are a young vervet monkey and you've got these fixed action patterns. That's great. What you have to learn how to do, though, is not screw up and say, oh my God, there's an eagle, when you actually should be saying there's a leopard. Because if you say there's an eagle, everyone's going to run down the tree. And if you say there's a leopard, everybody's going to run up the tree. And you get some kid who gets it backwards, and that's going to have some bad consequences. How do you know adult vervet monkeys have studied ethology and fixed action patterns? Because they don't listen to the kid until some adult agrees with them. Because they know this is some dumbass kid that doesn't know the language yet very well and makes mistakes. Under a certain age, adult vervets don't respond to alarm calls other than with vigilance, trying to figure out what the kid's talking about until it is seconded by an adult. So what about fixed action patterns in humans? Classic example, infant smiling, involving all sorts of muscles that, who knows what's involved in them, all sorts of muscles that produce this without prior experience. How do you know? Fiber optic mysteries show that fetuses smile at various points. What else? You will see smiling in blind babies, so there is no visual information coming in. What's smiling? It's a fixed action pattern. Where's the learning? Learning who to smile at, learning that mannequins aren't going to smile back at you, and things of that sort. That's it being shaped by experience. More fixed action patterns. Infants not having to have trial and error experience with learning there's this thing you do with your mouth right after you're born that keeps you from being really, really hungry, and it's called nursing. Ooh, can somebody demonstrate that for me? That's a fixed action pattern. What happens is kids get more and more efficient at it. The number of calories they can consume per unit time, they get better at doing it. More fixed action patterns in humans. Every culture on Earth, people raising their eyebrows and greeting to somebody. Every culture on Earth, people can recognize what anger looks like, what fear looks like, what disgust, what contempt. All of those, these are all fixed action patterns. And where does the context come in? With all of them obviously learning when you interpret this as good news, bad news, when you pretend you don't see it, all of that, learning the social context. So humans are absolutely full of fixed action patterns. Next, the next sort of question that the ethologist would ask after getting to this point of what's the behavior, what does learning have to do with it, and now asking the question, the same one the evolutionary folks would ask, which is, well, what's the benefit of it? What's the adaptive value? And a totally different way of thinking about it than the evolution people. The evolution folks going on with adaptive value, which is it allows you to pass on more copies of your genes, and over the generations, the prevalence of that trait becomes more common. What the ethologists did instead were experiments. They simply went and experimented to see what this information, what these fixed action patterns actually meant. So Tinbergen was famous for one of those, which is there's like some gull, something or other, and that he would study, and the outside of gull eggs were all speckled, and there would be this very distinctive fixed action pattern shortly after the chicks pop out, which is mom would go around systematically turning over all the fragments of egg where the white of eggshell, where the white was facing up, and would turn it over so that the speckled part was facing up. Whoa, that's an interesting behavior. Does that make that gull more attractive to males and thus pass on more copies of her genes? But no, here's what Tinbergen does. He goes in with these gulls who just finished doing it, and with her new chicks just having hatched, and she goes off to get them food or whatever, and this total vicious, heartless Tinbergen sneaks in, and he turns the shells back over to white. And what happens? All sorts of raptors flying around up there are better at spotting down there that there's all these baby chicks who are gone by the time mom comes back. Tragically, I know. And I'm complaining about Lorenz? Okay, but that's showing, ooh, why do gull mothers shortly after giving birth go through this interesting collection of motoric movements which they don't have to learn how to do, flipping these things over? Does this make their groups better to outcompete those when the next ice age comes? No, it's because you turn it over so that some predator up there in the sky can't see the eggshells, the adaptive value. Next example of this, and this is like one of the most famous, iconic sort of stories to come out of ethology. This was the work of von Frisch, showing bee dancing, bee communication. And what bees are about is they're scary, and they go find out about food sources, and they fly back to their colony, and what they need to do is communicate to everybody else that they have found a food source. And they have to communicate all sorts of types of information. Which direction? How far? How much? Is it totally exciting, or is it I just stumbled into a little bit? And what von Frisch was able to work out was bees came back and did this fixed action pattern movement, which has been seen in every bee species on Earth, which is they do this figure 8, a waggle dance. They're shaking their rear back and forth, and they're moving over the floor of the hive where everybody is watching and cheering them on, and going around and doing this figure 8. And what is this about? What is this about? Von Frisch was able to dissect it, and with brilliant experimental tricks showing the bee was giving 3 pieces of information. The axis of the figure 8 told the bees, with respect to sunlight, which direction to go to find the source. The longer the bee danced, the further away the food source was. And the more frantically it was wiggling its rear around, the more exciting of a food source it was. This was information. This was what's the adaptive value. So von Frisch is sitting there saying, well, I think it might mean this because I'm finding this interesting pattern and I may speculate. What do? You do an experiment instead, which is now you take a beehive and you put it on like a bar stool thing. And it's sitting out there in the field, and you grab some bee, and I don't know how he did it, but he lived to a ripe old age, but you grab a bee, and you give it some amazing food source
look at this
out
iron.
here,
Oh, yeah, you're
and you let it fly back to the hive where it goes berserk with the waggle dance stuff, telling everybody there's something amazing over there. Meanwhile, von Frisch, in his hiking boots, is slithering on his belly towards the beehive with the piano stool and comes up underneath it and rotates it at 180 degrees. And what happens then? Everybody in the hive comes barreling out and goes in the wrong direction because they were given directions as to where to go with respect to the hive's entrance. That's how you show it actually contained information. And then he would have the food source closer or further and show the length of the dancing and all sorts of other cruel things he would do to the beehive to confuse them and wipe out the credibility of that one bee. But this is how you get the information. He would show this explicitly. Oh, why do they do this fascinating fixed action pattern? Because they're telling them something, and here's how you prove it. And you rotate it around. So you can begin to see the ethologists were really good, clever experimentalists, and they were just trying to do it in the animal's own language. This became really clear when you study their next category of questions. That business of, well, what is it that just happened in the outside world that triggered this fixed action pattern to occur? What was the sensory trigger, their jargon? What was the releasing stimulus? And they had general strategies for doing this. Okay, you were speculating that this sight is the thing that triggers whatever this behavior in this animal. How do you begin to test it? Let's remove the, okay, enough with the abstract stuff. Baby birds, baby gulls or something, peck at mom's mouth, at her beak, and that is meant to get mom to regurgitate some exciting food. How do they know how to do this? What is it that gets them to do this behavior? On mom's beak is a little red circle, and the early ethologists noting that, oh, that's kind of interesting. I wonder if they're looking at the little red circle there. I wonder if that's the thing that's causing them to start this behavior. What were the experimental techniques for saying, oh, is a red circle on mom's beak a releasing stimulus for this fixed action pattern of pecking? Let's do an experiment. And the standard experimental models they would have would be to subtract out the thing that you think is the stimulus. Take mom and white out her little red circle there and see if the kids no longer peck. Replacement, which is now you've done that to mom and you draw a little red circle back and you see if they start pecking again. Replacement, substitution. Now you take something completely different, you put like some neon triangle on mom's beak, and you see if you elicit the same behavior. Oh, what's the specificity of it? Finally, the thing that they really specialized in, which is now you would do what they called super stimulation, which is you wave a piece of paper in front of the chick there that you've drawn a gigantic red circle on, and you see if it goes out of its mind and pecks at it like there's no tomorrow. Experimental approaches like this. If you take away this thing, does the fixed action pattern no longer occur? If you put it back, does it work again? If you replace it with something else, if you exaggerate the traits, do you get even more of the behavior? These were the standard approaches for figuring this out. And ethology types who are interested in this realm of releasing stimuli, the thing they have gotten incredible mileage out of recent years is making little robotic animals. Because you could program to do certain behaviors and you could see if you could elicit everybody else to respond to the behaviors. And of course, the first ones were all sorts of techie folks building robotic bees who could dance in certain dimensions, and they would stick them in there and wind up the gear shaft thing, and they would just dance away, and they could get the other bees to go flying off someplace. The bees not being very discriminating as to which dancers they pay attention to, but the point there was this was a substitution, a mechanical substitution for that releasing stimulus. Or there's some amazing paper a couple of years ago where somebody made a robotic cockroach and was able to trick all the other cockroaches into doing some sort of imprudent behavior. And so you see, this is high-tech versions of this approach. Ooh, it might be this stimulus, let's replicate it. Let's make it even more exciting. So using this approach, the ethologist would begin to figure out what is it in the sensory world of this animal that caused that fixed action pattern to occur. And it was never more than in this domain that they were doing that whole soundbite about interviewing an animal in its own language, because what it's all about is recognizing other species out there are functioning in sensory modalities we can't even guess at. What they began to see. One example, the sorts of auditory stimuli that would trigger fixed action patterns. One example, deer, moose, big things, what are they called? Elk. Elk. Is elk a female name for bulls? Okay, so you get Bullwinkle's there, and what he's doing is he is trying to find a mate. And how does he do it? What they do in these northern Minnesotan beasts is they bellow. They give these bellowing calls that are heard for miles and miles. Male deer, I guess it's deer. Okay, they bellow, it could be heard miles away. And if you are the right kind of female and you hear some guy bellowing in the next valley, do you know what you do? You ovulate. Auditory induced ovulation. And not only that, you begin to go try to find the guy, and when you get there, you start this whole courting display thing if he's the right kind of guy and he expresses himself. And what you have there is, what's the releasing stimulus? An auditory one. Even more bizarre, discovering that rats are responsive to certain types of stimuli. For example, you tickle them on their rib cage and they giggle. Yes, your tax dollars going on that could instead be like spent on nuking something or other. What you've got there is rats giggle. They giggle in an ultrasonic range, so you can't hear it until you've got some rat giggle decoder thing. And they giggle in response to logical things, like you tickle them and they giggle, and then they come back for more. And you show all those patterns with it. And if you get it at the right frequency only, and they do this giggling, chirpy thing, and you're releasing that there, and other rats come over to check it out. Because the sound, the auditory releasing stimulus, in this case of rat chirping, giggling, induces this, whoa, let's go see where the party is, response in the other rats. Another example of this, interesting thing that you see in various species, including humans, which is when females are ovulating, their voices go a little higher. And studies showing that males subliminally can detect this. More evidence of modalities supplying information we would never even guess at. Okay, then you can show releasing stimuli in the visual domain. And one example of this is that you have turkeys, and turkeys apparently do their sexual attraction stuff visually, and this prompted one of the cruelest, most savage studies I've ever seen, which is trying to figure out what is it that makes female turkeys attractive to male turkeys. And what they did was they would show the male, and they studied his behavior for a long period, and the scientists began to guess at what were the releasing stimuli, the visual information from the female that would elicit this behavior. So they did the subtraction substitution technique. They made themselves an artificial female turkey. They took a big old ball of styrofoam and they stuck this fake turkey head on at one end, and they stuck a bunch of feathery things at the other end and just stuck it out there in the field. And of course the idiot male turkeys instantly are like all around the thing and courting it and all. Oh, so interesting visual stimuli. What about it actually attracts the male? And here's where the cruelty came in. They would begin to mess with the artificial females. And I once saw a film of this, and like the empathy you feel for this poor turkey guy there, because they have him, and he comes in there, and they've got the styrofoam female with the stuff there, and he's courting it and having a great time. And now they put him back there, and they do something or other there, and he comes out, and the back feathers are kind of perpendicular to the head. And that doesn't see, so you see he sort of stops there and kind of circles around for a bit, but being a male, he decides what the hell and starts courting the thing. Then they put him back in the room there, and now they let him out, and the tail and the head are on the same side. He stands there looking a little more confused before starting to court the thing. Put him away, come back in, and like the head is over there, and the feathers are there, and the styrofoam ball, and you see he's kind of like looking around and goes up to this, and no, that's not going to work, and goes over to the next one, and you're seeing what the information, can you believe how cruel this was? You could begin to see the sort of information, what were the building blocks of that visual releasing stimulus in order to find out about that. Then there is, not surprisingly, a whole world of olfactory releasing stimuli, and we won't spend any time on that here because all that stuff is going to come big time in the lectures on sexual behavior, pheromones, information that triggers behaviors, sexual behaviors in all sorts of species, including humans. Olfactory information. One example with humans, which was this very cool study that was published a couple of months ago. What you need is sweat from terrified people. So here's what you do. You throw somebody out of an airplane who's never parachuted before. And the whole thing is, I guess you can do your first jump in tandem with the instructor who's attached to you and who knows what to do. The instructor who's doing all the physical work while you're just there attached to them being scared out of your pants. Then you get a control group who instead have generated stress, sweat on an exercise bicycle. Totally fine. So quick, you get the guy who's lying down in the field, they're hyperventilating, you run at him with cotton swabs and push his armpits into it and get some of his sweat and seal it away. And then you get the person on the bicycle and you get some of their sweat. And now you sit down people and you let them smell the two sources. Objectively, people cannot distinguish between them. Put the person in a brain scanner and give them the odors, and if they're smelling the sweat from the terrified person, their amygdala activates. Not if you smell the sweat from the other individual. And not only that, you now show them faces where the facial expression is ambiguous. It's been sort of merged halfway between a scared appearance and a happy one, between different facial expressions. And you get somebody after they've smelled the scared sweat and they interpret faces as more frightened. Whoa! The smells of people's armpits and whether they were terrified or not changes how your brain is working and changes how you judge pictures of facial expressions. We've got stuff going on in all sorts of sensory domains that we can't even begin to guess at. Showing this even more, other species where you go into stuff we don't even know about. Electric fish. You want to understand releasing stimuli for electric fish, you've got to understand electricity and how they sing to each other in electric fish songs and how they... Where's that coming from? Oh, right, they're singing to each other in electricity. And yes, you get territorial songs, you get specific ones, you get males who are courting the same female, trying to jam each other's frequencies. This actually is demonstrated quite readily. You see relatedness of frequency patterns between siblings. They're going about this with electricity. Whoa, what is happening in the outside world there that we haven't a clue at interviewing an animal in its own language? Vibration. All sorts of insects communicate with each other by vibrating. Arachnids, there's all sorts of things where they communicate. I don't know what they want to talk about, but by vibrating a web, they can produce distinctive patterns of it, which sends information. And oh, okay, weirdo insects and spiders and stuff. Really interesting work done in recent years by somebody who used to be here on campus named Caitlin O'Connor Rodwell, looking at elephants. And it turns out Elephants have all sorts of interesting pressure transducer receptor little corpuscle thingies in their feet. Nobody else has stuff like that in their feet among mammals. These are things that are supposed to be in other parts of the body. You don't see them at the bottom of your feet. And what are these about? When an elephant walks, it's causing tiny, tiny bits of vibration in the ground that could be picked up hundreds of yards away. And what she has shown experimentally is elephants can communicate with each other with vibration through their feet. And she has done some brilliant classical ethology studies of manipulating it and seeing if you could change the elephant. They're talking to each other with vibration. All of this very, very different than we would guess. Tactile stimulation. And out of this came one of the iconic experiments, and one we will come back to lots in lectures to come. This one you've also seen in every single intro textbook out there, which is the surrogate mother monkeys. You got the monkey who's raised in social isolation, and all he's got are two surrogate moms to choose from, and one has this like chicken wire tube torso thing with this little unconvincing styrofoam head put on top, and the other one is wrapped in this nice warm terry cloth around its chicken wire torso with a head on top. What's the difference? The first one, the chicken wire one, has a bottle of milk sticking out. That one supplies milk, supplies calories. This one supplies warmth. And in the mid-1950s, you would ask somebody, well, why do babies like their mothers? Because their mothers positively reinforce them with milk, says B.F. Skinner, who clearly knows endlessly about that. What is bonding between mother and child about? It's about the mother meeting the caloric and temperature needs of a child. By reinforcing the child with milk now and then, the child becomes attached, and this is what dominated in the field. Okay, nice abstract question. Interesting realm where it had an implication. You take an infant, you take a very young child, and you put him in a pediatric ward for a couple of weeks because of some illness, and what's the philosophy at the time derived from hard-nosed behaviorism? It would say dog equals cat equals monkey. It would say one person with a bottle of milk equals another person equals another. Parents, they don't know the routines here. They never wash their hands enough. So what we're going to do, what was standard practice in pediatric wards at the time, was parents were allowed to visit 30 minutes a week. And otherwise, all of the care was provided by people working there. And eventually, the best thing ever came along that would make any behaviorist delighted. You could do things with infants, keeping them going without even being touched by human beings. Someone modified chicken egg incubators and invented human incubators. And an entire just grotesque literature shows the more incubators a hospital had, the shorter the life expectancy was of infants who came in their ward. But that was the dominant notion at the time. What do infants like about mom? She gets calories. She gives them calories. So, okay, so you've got the baby monkey there, and she's got two moms to choose from, the one that gives milk and the one that has the terry cloth with the tactile stuff. And which one is she going to cling to? It's clear if you had B.F. Skinner in there, he'd be up there nursing on the milk bottle with a couple of seconds. But what does the baby do instead? Which one does it bond to? The warm terry cloth mother. Ah, love has so much more to do than just calories and adequate clothing and, a vaccine every now and then. This was a study by a man named Harry Harlow, which began to get people to think utterly differently about the nature of bonding. We will hear tons about that work down the line. So tactile stuff. Finally, what is a realm of the most brilliant combination of various releasing stimuli triggering fixed action patterns out the wazoo? What baby animals look like in every species out there short of crocodiles and snakes. All the baby animals in all the different species have the little short muzzles and the big round eyes and the big shiny forehead and the big ears sticking out there, and maybe a distinctive coloration that sets them off different from mom, from adults. And Every species, you take some incredibly cute baby monkey, and polar bears are going to say, oh, look how cute. And their eyes are going to dilate, their pupils, and you are going to elicit cute responses. This set of fixed action patterns that people and all sorts of species do in response to the releasing stimuli of a cute baby. And I kid you not, the early generations of Disney illustrators studied this. They studied what it is that makes baby faces baby, and an amazing paper, classic one by Stephen Jay Gould, talking about Mickey Mouse, the evolution of Mickey Mouse. If you go back to when Mickey Mouse started off in, I don't know, the 1920s or so, his name was Steamboat Willie, and he was this rat. He was this like skinny, angular, ectomorphic rat thing with 5 fingers, and he was basically sort of this double entendre-ing, sort of mildly sexual, aggressive beast who was always like ripping people off somehow. And somehow he turned from that into our Mickey, who delights, people all. And what Gould showed was in this paper, he actually showed the evolution of Mickey Mouse's muzzle as over the decades, showing how it was getting smaller and the ratio of the forehead to this. And somewhere along the way, Mickey lost one of his fingers, and somewhere along the way, his voice got real prepubescent, which it wasn't early on. And suddenly, the oh so chaste, mysterious Minnie shows up, and all they ever do is sing and dance. And this amazing paper on how the Disney artists eventually learned what is it about baby animals that makes everybody want to be around them. So we see here the releasing stimuli. Next thing, after the break, what's going on in the head in between the releasing stimulus and out comes the fixed action pattern. Okay, so 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Two great questions. The first one, going back to Nico Tinbergen's attempt to get baby gulls eaten, that whole business about flipping the eggshells over. Somebody asking, so why haven't eggs and birds and stuff evolved so that the inside of the eggshell is speckled also? And the answer is, I haven't a clue. Does anybody know why? Is there some good reason why the inside of eggshells have to be white? Calcium or well, there's got to be some good reason, but you go out and test that. Okay, so that would have been an interesting study. I have no idea why. The other one of the same sort of bent of the how do they figure this out? How do they figure out that human males can detect like the sound of women's voices when they rise and around the time of ovulation? What you do is you record voices and then you manipulate the pitch that it's at. And this is a very subtle effect, but people listen to it, and if they're men and they listen to it, on the average, they will rate the voices that are a little bit higher as more appealing. We will hear plenty about stuff like that down the line. Okay, so what have we got so far? We have looked at interviewing an animal in its own language and asking what the behavior is about, the effective experience on the behavior. Looking at what's going on in terms of adaptive value in a totally different way than the evolutionary folks would be looking at what in the outside world, what releasing stimulus triggered the behavior. Huge take-home message there being animals, including us, are communicating information in sensory realms we could never even guess at, interviewing in its own language, and also along the way there, training ethologists to come up with really clever, cool, elegant experiments. So the next step, what's going on here between when the releasing stimulus happens and out pops the behavior from the other side? Old ethology jargon, what is the innate releasing mechanism, which is like this really unfortunate phrase, but what's going on inside? And it was right around this point that all the classical ethologists would say, we don't know. It's obviously important, but we're not able to understand it. And that has changed now, and what that field is called is neuroethology. And that is the hottest part of the field in the last few decades, trying to understand what's going on in the brain that turns certain releasing stimuli into behaviors out the other end. And there have been some amazing successes in this realm in terms of working out the nuts and bolts of it. One example, the one that's probably been most studied, which is understanding the neurobiology of bird song. bird song, how does a bird learn its species-specific song? How does a bird learn one that winds up being distinctive for itself? What happens to birds that have to come up with a new song every year because they're seasonal breeders in a way where they're migrating around? How do they learn that? What sort of sensory stimulation do they need from around them? If you raise a bird in complete isolation, does it come up with a song which is exactly what its species does? No, but it's kind of close to it. It needs experience to shape it. What's going on in bird species like myna birds that imitate the sounds of other birds? And people have been dissecting this down to the individual neurons for years, understanding what's going on in between. Another domain that seems far more inexplicable for why people would want to spend decades on it is for people who took biocore. I always go over this one, a reflex you find in female hamsters, which is you get a female hamster and you put pressure, tactile pressure on her rear end, and what she will do is arch her back at that point and produce what is called a lordosis reflex. So what's that about? It's obviously a fixed action pattern. Let's ask an adaptive question. What's the advantage of having a lordosis reflex? What it does is by arching up that way, it exposes the female's genitals and making it easier for a male to mount her. Well, when is that useful for the female? If she's ovulating, you only get this reflex when estrogen levels are elevated. And adaptive value of that built around the fact that most things that are pressing on the rear end of female hamsters are not grad students trying to get their degree eventually. It's ethologically relevant context. That's part of the mating courtship display stuff. And there is a guy I know who is the king of pressing on the rear end of female hamsters. People will not be able to talk about the behavior for centuries to come without his name being sung about there. And he and his lab have gotten it down to the individual neurons in the whole reflex pathway and which neurons are affected by estrogen and how exactly it works, neuroethology. Another realm of it, of neuroethology, is one done with humans these days, taking advantage of brain scanning techniques and seeing what sort of subliminal sensory information you give someone and what parts of the brain change their levels of activity. And the scared sweat versus the neutral sweat study is a perfect example of that, and we will hear plenty of those in the lectures to come. As neuroethology really took off, an additional elaboration happened, which is people began to try doing neuroethology out in the field with animals in their real habitat, because all the ones I just described were the laboratory animals trying to do it out in the field, and there's been a number of approaches. One is a guy named John Wingfield, used to be at the University of Washington. John Wingfield studies birds, and I have no idea if he ever actually wanted to study birds or if he was fated to do this from the start. But what he does is he studies the physiology and the behavior of bird species that migrate from Baja up to the Arctic each year and back again. Bird species where what happens with their migratory behavior, if there's an extra freeze that's unexpected, if spring comes earlier, what are the mechanisms? And he traps these birds, he nets them, and he's got like electrodes in their heads and lets them go to fly off to Alaska, recording from there. And this is neuroethology stuff, figuring out the circuitry going on precisely with that, with birds in their natural setting. Another example, which is some of the work I've done over the years, which is studying baboons out in their natural habitat and trying to do ethology, neuroethology stuff out there. What, for example, does your personality, if you are a baboon, have to do with the brain chemistry of anxiety in you? You remember the stuff by now, benzodiazepines and the benzodiazepine receptors. Are there personality-related differences in the brain chemistry of benzodiazepines in baboons out there? And you can squeeze out a surprising amount of information. All of this is part of the transition back when of saying, well, something has to be going on in between there. You're a behaviorist and you say, who cares? You're an ethologist and you would say, wouldn't it be great that someday we're going to be able to study it? And what the neuroethologist actually can do is study it and begin to work out circuitry maps and all of that, what's going on inside. interviewing the brain of an animal in its own language. Because as you will see in some of the neuroanatomy lectures to come, you're not going to make any sense about which parts of the brain are big and send projections to which other parts until you know something about the behavior of that species and what sort of sensory systems it pays attention to. Okay, so these are sort of the big pieces of the ethological approach. What's the behavior? What triggered it? What are the intervening neuroendo steps in there? What's the adaptive value? What was also the final piece of the ethological approach was, what does learning have to do with all this? We already know that learning is relevant in terms of those fixed action patterns, but exploring learning in all sorts of additional ways. And the ethological contribution to that field is basically twofold. The first would be boring, classical, sort of behaviorist type learning paradigms that behaviorists had explained centuries before. What was interesting, showing it in domains of animal behavior where everybody else would have said, they have to learn how to do that? That's not an instinct. Showing realms of traditional learning that were very unexpected. The second piece was showing types of learning that break every rule about how learning works if you're a behaviorist. Okay, so what would be a standard example of normal learning? You get reinforced, you're more likely to do something, you get punished, you're less likely to the whole song and dance there. Where does just plain old normal learning from trial and error, come in places that one would not expect? If you are a female monkey, it is not instinctual for you to know what you're doing with your first baby. Maternal competence is not a strong instinct. It does not produce a bunch of fixed action patterns. And for example, female rhesus monkeys, they have to learn how to do it. They have to learn how to hold on to the kid when they're jumping up in a tree. They have to learn which end you try to stick onto the nipple. You have to learn all sorts of stuff like that. Weird. All of my kids starved to death, but then today I tried switching this one around this way. Isn't that cool? Anybody know Nico Tinbergen's email address? What you wind up seeing there is they have to learn how to do it. So what sort of evidence would you see? For example, you have mothers having a higher likelihood of their kids surviving as you go from their first offspring to later ones. Okay, but maybe you can come up with all sorts of other things going on there. What else do researchers find if you have a big sister and you are a female rhesus monkey or a female baboon? It's been shown as well. If you have a big sister who has a baby, when you have your first baby, your child is more likely to survive. How come? Because you watched her. You watched your big sister doing it. Or if your mother had another sister, another daughter, and you got to, no, another child of either sex, and you got to watch, what was even more clear in the literature was the more experience you had actually holding on to your niece or nephew there, the more, as termed in the field now, the more anting behavior that you had, the more likely your first child was to survive, because you were learning how to be a competent mother as a primate, as a monkey. It's not, oh, instinctual, they just know how to do it, it's all hardwired somehow. This is a realm where you have to learn. Another domain where this happens, and another one where what you would immediately say is, wait, they don't do this just by reflex or instinctually? Meerkats. Meerkats who eat all sorts of unlikely things, and one of the things they eat are scorpions. And mom meerkats have to teach the kids how to hunt and eat scorpions without getting yourself in trouble there. What is shown, like teaching techniques they would be teaching, 3 blocks away in the ed school in terms of progressively making the task harder in small increments, that what happens, the meerkat mom goes and kills a scorpion. And for the first couple of days, the baby learns how to eat a scorpion that's already dead. Then, once the kid has that under control, the mom goes and captures a scorpion, which remains alive, but mom is able to bite off the stinger. and now leaves the kid with this live scorpion that it can learn how to hunt and learn how to kill and get food at. And only when they're doing that, then mom captures a live scorpion with the stinger still on and plops it down for the kid. This is exactly what they teach you to do if you're being a good teacher, which is nice, small, incremental steps. You don't want to do the same thing for too long. The kid gets bored. You don't want to have too big of steps. They get learned helpless. And they're teaching their kids how to hunt because their kids don't know how to do it. Perfectly clear example of classical learning, but in a domain where nobody thought it would be going on. Another example of it, and this is one where the behavior itself was so unlikely that nobody would ever have been saying, oh, animals just know instinctually how to do this, because nobody believed this behavior could occur, which is animals making tools. This has been shown in a number of species, including, for example, cetaceans. Where it's been best studied is in apes. Other ape species, actually we make tools too, so all of the ape species. And Jane Goodall, pioneer of chimp research, was the first one to discover this. Chimps being able to strip the little bark and stuff off of a long twig and insert it into a termite mound and pull it up with all the termites that grabbed onto the stick when it was down there, and now being able to eat the termites. And chimps, various types and populations of chimps, they use tools to hammer to break open nuts. They know how to use a hammer and anvil. They get a flat rock, and they do this with all sorts of tool making and tool using. As we will hear, there is at least one population of chimps that has been studied where males will actually fashion large pieces of wood where they will work to modify it, to use it as a weapon. They can build tools that are weapons. So what's going on with that? And all sorts of studies showing, for example, the more experience you have sitting and watching somebody else make these things, the faster you're going to master it. But you actually want hands-on practice. The more the individual, the other chimp, gives you the building blocks of it to start doing the piece and all of that, and you begin to master it, learning by experience. One thing that is very amusing is that it has been shown that chimps, the daughters, learn much, much faster than the sons because the sons don't pay attention to mom when she's sitting there and trying to get them with their hands to do this. The daughters are much more attentive. What you also see is the larger the social group, the earlier in life the kids learn the tool use. And this is brilliant ape behavior, brilliant ape learning. Monkeys don't do this. I have seen baboons, films of them actually, I have seen baboons on films where they are watching these chimps doing the thing with the stick there and going down, and out come the termites and do it again and again. And finally the chimp is just engorged with all the termites and staggers off for a nap. And the baboon comes over and will pick up the stick and just shake it at the termite mound or push it against the side of it. Monkeys can't do this. Apes can, but they don't do it instinctually. They gotta learn how to do this. So another domain of learning. Learning purely of we know how this works, we just didn't think it would be going on in this realm. But then what ethology has been most amazing at is showing types of learning that are simply unexpected, that break all the classic rules of reinforcement theory. One example of it is what is now called one-trial learning, which is another term that I think I used the other day, the one that's more classic that everybody learned back when, that animals will imprint on something after one round of exposure to it. And the classic example would be Konrad Lorenz and his famous little duckies, that when birds come out, there is a short period after which where they imprint on any big thing moving around on a fairly safe assumption that in most cases that big thing is going to be mom. That's how they bond to mom. There is a short window, what is now known as a critical period, where the bonding goes on during that time, and whatever big thing is moving around, and eventually people were doing classic ethology studies with subtraction and substitution of stimuli, and running around with a stuffed big bird, and they imprint on that, and all sorts of large mobile objects, basically anything that moves, and that's where you would get, all the little duckies goose stepping behind Konrad Lorenz when they had imprinted on him. And this is not by trial and error. Oh, I initially got bonded to this thing with sharp teeth and claws, and that was kind of a bummer. That involved all sorts of blood loss, so I've learned don't bond to that sort of thing. Well, then I tried bonding to Are You My Mother bulldozers, and then I tried bonding to this, and oh, eventually you figure out your mother is the one you should be hanging out. No, this is not a domain where you can learn by trial and error, and what is seen instead is this phenomenon of one trial learning. The first thing baby birds are exposed to in many species, the first big thing moving around, statistically likely to be mom, that's who you get attached to. And lots of interesting neuroethology has gone on over the years trying to figure out what are the mechanisms of imprinting. One of the things that come out is it's nowhere near as dramatic of critical period. If you don't figure out who mom is in the next 7.5 minutes, you are up the creek. You will never, it's more a sort of relative term, but nonetheless, that's not how learning works. You're supposed to learn from trial and error that snakes and leopards and all of those guys are not good mothering models. But it happens. Another realm, something that came to be known as prepared learning, which is there's all sorts of ways in which some piece of information can be learned, or there's all sorts of sensory associations you could make with something, but you are prepared to make certain of those associations more easily than others. What do I mean by this? A classic example of it is what's called the sauce béarnaise syndrome. And sauce béarnaise is some fancy French food that seems very unappealing, and I don't know what it's made of, but this was first described by a guy, University of Pennsylvania, Martin Seligman, one of the most sort of major figures in psychology in the last decades or so. We will hear plenty about him to come. And this was one evening he went out for dinner where he had sauce béarnaise, and then he went to a concert of some opera or something, and then he went home, and for some reason or other, he got himself a terrible stomach ache. Terrible stomach ache. It was a total drag all night long. He had it. He didn't throw up. It wasn't that bad, but he had a terrible stomach ache, recovered from it. Weeks, months later, he goes out for dinner, and he goes off to this French restaurant and has sauce béarnaise, and is about to take the first spoonful or forkful or handful or whatever, and he realizes this smells totally repulsive to him. He could not eat the sauce béarnaise. He has never been able to since then because he's associating it with the stomach pains afterward. Remember, he didn't throw up. He wasn't burping up sauce béarnaise vapors or anything. So it's not like, oh, the taste was just like the acidic stuff that came roaring up the other direction, just associating with the stomach pain. Okay, that's sensible. I mean, that's not great, but you can kind of see how that happens. But you think about it, and that's breaking all sorts of classical rules of behaviorism and classical learning, which is if you were going to make an association, you can have a choice between an association of A with B or A with C. You're going to make the association more readily with whichever one comes closer in time to A. So what came closer in time for him? The opera. He finished dinner, and then he went to the opera and spent hours listening to Wagner or something, and he didn't attribute his stomach ache to that. The next time he went to an opera, he was perfect. He was just fine with that. He had prepared learning for pain coming from your gut. You are far more likely to associate with food than with music. Prepared learning in us for pain in our GI tract with gustatory stimuli. More examples of prepared learning. So now you take bees and you're trying to teach them where there's a food source, experimental stuff, and you give them some like marker, sign or whatever to tell them, here it is and remember this for the next time. Do they make an association between the food source and whatever marker you put up? And what they show in the studies is they can modify the marker. They either modify the shape of it, here's a little triangle or square or whatever, the color of it, or They can modify the smell of it, the smell that some smell source that and what they show is bees have prepared learning. They learn the smell associations much, much faster than the shape or the color associations. They can learn the other ones, but bees have prepared learning for making associations by olfactory cues more readily than making them by color or shape. More examples. One of the great urban legends is that humans are innately scared of spiders and snakes. Humans are not, because there's all sorts of cultures where people love spiders, and where in fact they love spiders because they love to chase after them and pull their legs out and then cook them up and eat them. And people are not scared of spiders then and getting the sort of willies from them. It is not innate, but humans show prepared learning for being scared of spiders and snakes, which is you can show in humans and in monkeys as well the conditioning that's needed to associate, for example, a picture of a spider with the autonomic response to a mild shock versus a picture of, Disneyland and Mickey, and associated that it takes less of an association for we primates to associate something like a spider or a snake picture with something unpleasant than all sorts of other animate stimuli. More examples of how this works. You give people, or as it turns out, you give monkeys a task. You flash up a complex picture, and you take it away for a few seconds or whatever, and then you flash it up again, and one thing has changed in the picture. It's a street scene, whatever it is, and you need to pick out which it is, and with the monkey studies, you need to indicate sort of where it was to get the reward. Are you able to pick up the subtle thing that changed? Humans and monkeys are better picking up for animate objects that change, are better at spotting if they're things like snakes than if they are animals that we don't associate like that. We are better in this very rapid exposure, almost subliminal stimuli. We have prepared learning for that. Do the exact sort of thing with humans, where what changes from one flash to the other is either an animate object or an inanimate object. Humans have prepared learning to pick up stimuli of animate objects much, much more readily. A shorter exposure time, more of a subliminal cue, all of that. So prepared learning as being all of these examples where, by any logic, universal rules, you learn to associate this with this as B.F. Skinner, or just as easily with this, or just as easily with this, and dog and cat, and they're interchangeable, and sensory stimuli. But no, all sorts of species come already wired up to learn certain associations more readily than others. So completely violating behaviorism. Okay. Final domain of where ethologists think about interesting stuff is one of those ones that used to be just the backwaters, or one of those where people would say there's no way this could ever be studied, and people finally got some headway in figuring out how to look at this stuff, which is finally all sorts of interesting things, not just studying the ethology, releasing stimuli, neurobiology, adaptive advantage of behaviors, but understanding what the internal cognitive and emotional life is of an animal. And you could see it's right at this point that old classical behaviorists would just have to leave the room. They were so repulsed by this, because this was just like William James' navel contemplation. What do you mean what's going on inside the head of the animal? You measure what it's doing. It produces a behavior, and that's how you study it. And what instead has come out is another new branch of ethology known as cognitive ethology. What's going on there? One of these sort of landmark ones of it, of sort of a piece of it, came from a guy named Donald Griffin, who passed away a few years ago. He was in his 90s. He was one of the towering figures of animal behavior, whatever, over the centuries. What Donald Griffin discovered was echolocation. That bats echolocate. Classic ethologist flavored thing of, whoa, how about we interview the bat in sound frequencies that we humans don't consider to be sensory stimuli, and opening up this whole new world. He was central, played a key role in World War II in the development of sonar, working off of some of the same principles, but he's the person who discovered echolocation. Just to make all of you who are seniors feel really upset, this was his senior honors thesis at Harvard. And discovered echolocation, so he passed, and he spent his entire career on this and doing amazingly elegant stuff, and people came to like kiss his feet. He was such an amazing experimentalist, and when he was about 70 years old, clearly what occurred to him was, I don't really care what anybody else thinks at this point. I've got something that I want to bring up, which is the possibility that animals actually have awareness. And he published a book called On the Question of Animal Awareness. And it's clear he published it then because he had tenure, and even he already had tenure in his nursing home, and he wasn't going to get booted out by everyone saying, oh my God, did you see what happened to Donald Griffin? He used to be a real scientist. What happened to the guy? Here he is sitting around speculating on, do animals have internal lives of awareness? And what he did was outline what a research program to get at that would be like, and people have been studying it ever since and showing that animals have strategic awareness. They are doing all sorts of subtle stuff, really interesting field. So starting it off with that, closely related to that was the issue of whether animals have self-awareness. And we know that dogs don't because they will bark at themselves in the mirror for the rest of time. But do animals have self-awareness? This was something pioneered by a guy named Gordon Gallup, and like one of those brilliant, elegant studies. Here's what he did. He would take a chimp, a captive chimp, and he would give it a mild anesthetic so the chimp would be a little bit drowsy for a minute or two. And while it was down, he would quickly run in with a magic marker and put a little circle like on the forehead of the chimp. Chimp comes to, goes back to its business where there is now a mirror in the room, and at some point the chimp comes up to it because they'll wander around and encounter this. And here's the critical question right now. Can the chimp figure out that's not another chimp, that's me? And what the evidence was that he produced to suggest this was precisely the case was showing that chimps were now far more likely than at the chance level. You see how it's being set up as a well-designed experiment, far more likely to look in the mirror and scratch here to see what is this thing? Where did this thing come from?
We're running out of juice.
And that has been viewed as the gold standard for self-awareness. Do you look at that and respond as if you were knowing that that is you, rather than that's some other animal? And self-awareness by this test has been shown in all sorts of species. Elephants by this rule have self-awareness. I don't know who puts the magic marker thing up on their forehead, but when you do that, they will bring the trunk up and investigate it. But interestingly, marmoset monkeys, those delightful pair bonding for life, South American monkeys, marmoset monkeys don't have self-awareness. And that's kind of puzzling because all sorts of other primates that in a rough way are as neurobiologically complex had it and they don't. And okay, so marmoset monkeys don't. But then an ethologist, a guy named Mark Hauser at Harvard, thought in the monkey's own language. And knowing marmosets, he was a marmoset researcher, in order to spot this on your forehead, if you were a monkey, you have to be looking in the mirror something very close to looking in your reflection's eyes. And marmosets don't do that. As part of their social system, they never noticed there was this up there because they never look up at that part of their reflection. So what he would do is, he would now do the same paradigm and put the little dot here. And marmosets, off they are a minute later trying to figure out what this thing was about, interviewing the animal in its own language. What else? Another domain of this. So awareness, self-awareness. Another thing now shown in other species called theory of mind. One that psychologists, developmental psychologists love, theory of mind. At what point when you were growing up do you suddenly realize, number one, there are other individuals, there are boundaries to individuals. You are not one sort of ego boundary-less sort of continuation of mom. There's other individuals who could have different information about the world than you do. And that usually comes around age 4 or 5 or so. My children got theory of mind when they were 3.5, and we can document that if need be, but it's, comes out somewhere around then. And what you see is classic test that it's done. You tell the child a story, okay, here's the some of you will know this, the Mary Ann, the Barbie Ann, the Sally Ann. Okay, the Sally Ann test of theory of mind. So you tell this kid in this story about, here's this kid who has their doll named Sally Ann. Sally? Okay, Sally.
We're short on actually solar panels, but we need to make more of.
They have this doll named Sally Ann, and
I think.
you tell them they're totally attached to Sally Ann and go to sleep with it and always on the bed and all of that. And the kid goes off every day to preschool or whatever. And this is the day that mom looks at Sally Ann there and says, oh no, Sally Ann is all soiled and it's time to throw Sally Ann in the washing machine. So in goes Sally Ann, and Sally Ann is then in the dryer, eventually sitting on top of the dryer when child comes back from school. And now you say to the kid you're testing, oh, where is that child going to go and look for Sally Ann? If you have theory of mind, you will know the kid doesn't know that Sally Ann wound up in the washing machine because she was off at preschool. And you would then say, oh, still in the bedroom. On the other hand, if you don't have theory of mind, it's inconceivable to you that the child in the story wouldn't know because you know. And they must know the same thing because we all know the same thing, and you would say the child will go look on the washing machine. That's how you begin to see the evidence of beginning to understand that another individual has different information than you have. And people were soon showing this with chimps. Here would be one example. That's not a smile, that's a banana. So you would have one chimp here and one chimp here. And here's how you would do this paradigm, which is, this would be a high-ranking chimp, this would be a low-ranking one. Put them in there, and they're watching, and an experimenter comes along and puts down a really cool piece of food. And in a way that the chimps can't necessarily see, but the main thing here is that there are these dividers in between. In one case, the divider near the dominant individual is glass. They can see through it. In the other case, it's opaque. They can't see through it. So now you release the chimps to go for the food, and what happens is the low-ranking guy, if and only if this was glass here, doesn't bother trying to get the banana because he knows the other guy saw the banana. Put up an opaque one, and now he will go for it. Oh, design is all wrong here. There's no divider here. So release this guy, and if this was opaque, he will now go for it because he knows the other guy doesn't know there's a banana there. He knows that the other guy has different information than he does. Parts of the controls you would expect to see now have this with the glass here, where the dominant individual sees somebody bring in the banana, shows it to them, put it down behind the opaque screen, and take out this dominant guy and put in a different dominant guy, let them loose, and he will go for the banana. Because he knows, oh, it's not simply the rule that dominant guys who scare me know there's a banana there. They know he's the one who saw there's the banana. This guy doesn't know there's a banana there. Theory of mind. Or now do it with a lower ranking individual, and it doesn't matter to you whether or not they could look through the glass or not. You're going to go for the banana because you're going to get it regardless. The first bits of evidence of theory of mind that a chimp understands that other chimps have different information than them. What the studies since then have shown is that chimps do not know how to do theory of mind in a cooperative setting. They can only do it for competition. They can only do it when they are highly motivated in that way. But still, this is an ape. This is really quite impressive. Birds can do theory of mind. Apparently, the smartest birds in the entire universe are corvids, which are ravens and crows who are wildly smart in all sorts of interesting ethology studies that have been done on them, including doing theory of mind. You show with these guys, you give them nuts or whatever it is, seeds or whatever, which they will hide in places. And if there's another one around looking at them, they won't hide it. Or they'll put it there, they'll dig it down into the sawdust there or whatever, and when the other guy isn't looking, they'll quick get it and move it to someplace else, because they will know when it's over here that this guy doesn't have the information. They can do theory of mind when stashing food. More things that animals can do that fall within the realm of this cognitive ethology stuff, which is animals can distinguish between intentional and unintentional behaviors. How's this been done in studies? One example, you take a chimp, captive chimp, and has some like totally great food item sitting out there that it's about to get access to, and along comes some lummox of a human walking through, and in one case, the human leans down and takes the plate of food and flings it someplace else. And in the other circumstance, the human comes along and accidentally trips over the plate, flinging it someplace else. When the human leans down and flung it away, the chimp will bang on the walls a lot longer than when the person accidentally tripped over it. Chimps can distinguish between intentional and unintentional gestures like that. And dogs know the difference. Dogs absolutely know the difference between somebody who has kicked them and somebody who has tripped over them. That's all sorts of stuff like that as well. What else? Evidence of animals being able to plan for the future. And one great example of this has been with those corvid birds. And here you have a design where every day there's 2 compartments that the bird can go into. And on one day you put food here, and the next day there, and the next day there. You alternate back and forth. The key thing is, anytime you put food in here, you put a huge amount in here, and at the end of the day, you clear it out. Whereas when you're putting in food here, you're putting in only a tiny amount. So in alternating days, they get a lot here, the next day, a little bit, a lot here, a little. And what you see after not that long of a time is these guys, on the day that there's food here, will take some of it and stash it there for the next day. Ravens and crows will do this. This is planning for the future. They have flexible cognitive strategies. Here's what's been shown in bees. Okay, so you do your basic Hugo von Frisch deal, which is you show a bee some interesting food source, they go back to the hive and they dance and tell everybody about it. But this time what you do is you give the bee completely ridiculous, implausible information. You take the bee out to the middle of a lake in your rowboat and you give them the food there, the nectar, and they go flying back to the hive and they dance like mad, and everything we know about ethology predicts what the bees are supposed to do at this point, but the bees don't do that because in effect they're sitting there saying, yeah, right, in the middle of the lake. You know what you're telling us? You're telling us there's food over in the middle of the lake there. That doesn't make any sense. We're not going to listen to you. They don't respond if a bee, thanks to an experimental manipulation, is telling about a food source in a place that cannot possibly be. Flexible cognitive strategies. Finally, some evidence in various species, but predominantly studied in chimps, of numerosity. Numerosity as in having a sense of numbers having meaning in and of themselves. This is totally cool, this experiment. Okay, what you do is you teach a chimp a series of 3 objects. And you show them the first 3, and they need to recognize that if I've seen this one before, I press a lever, I get a food reward. You train them at the same time to recognize 3 other pictures, another trio, another trio, another trio. So the chimp has now learned a dozen different trios of pictures and knows how to do that. If I have seen this trio before, hit the lever and I get a food reward. Now what you do is you make a mistake. What you do is you take here, instead of H-I-J, you take out the J and you substitute it with A. In this case, what you do is you take out the I and you substitute it with B. What's the difference? In this first case, what you're doing is you're removing the 3rd object in a sequence and replacing it with something from the first object in a different sequence. In this case, you're replacing a 2nd object in the sequence with another 2nd object in the sequence. And when you do this quickly, and tasks quickly, chimps make more mistakes with this than with this. what's going on in their heads. They're saying, oh yeah, this one looks right. No, wait, that one's not right. It's a different number 2 than the one for this trio. When it matches the number in the sequence, they make more mistakes because they have partially filed it away. Not only have I seen this picture before, not only have I seen this picture before as part of this trio, but when I see it as the trio, it's the third one that I see. It's the first one. They have had some sort of numerosity information coming in there. Another study showing this, and this one with chimps. And in this one, what you do is a strategy we've heard already, which is you record the vocalizations of chimps. And what you do is you record the sounds of big male chimps giving threatening bellows. So now you hide the speaker in some bush there, and you got your chimps nearby, and you play the sound of some big male bellowing, and it's a chimp they've never heard before. Chimps recognize individual voices, no big surprise, and what happens is all the males run over to the bush to investigate. Now, make it a little scarier. Play the sound of 2 strange male chimps bellowing, giving their territorial calls, and you run over or not? Yeah, a whole bunch of males run over. Now make it even scarier. 3 voices of them, and what you see is by the time it gets up to there, if there are more voices of novel males that they're hearing than the number of males in their group, they get out of there. And what you'll see is they're playing the voices there. They begin and they add in another one sequentially and say this will come up to 4 voices, and they'll show the 3 chimps are like coming up there ready to investigate, and 3 voices, and uh-oh, we're outnumbered, we're outnumbered, and they slither back and go the other way at that point. They have a sense of the number 4 is bigger than the number 3. Finally, evidence of transitive thinking, not just in non-human primates, but as shown here by Russ Fernald in the bio department in fish. I'm watching A defeat B. Then B defeats me. I go and give a subordinate gesture to A. And this has now been shown, and a similar theme again. It's only done in the context of competition, highly motivated circumstances. Okay, so what do we got now? We've got a completely different way of thinking about behavior, and emphasizing here natural setting, experimentation rather than coming up with those just so stories, the notions of all sorts of species, including us, functioning in sensory domains that are unheard of, and finally, all sorts of types of learning that are ways in which organisms are not supposed to learn that all of us do.
For more, please visit us.
Wow.
Wow.
What an interesting meme. I'd actually remembered the that food poisoning thing was something that I remember learning at the casino, but I always thought that it was bullshit, or I didn't understand how it would work. And it was something along the lines of, like, if somebody has been truly poisoned by food, that food poisoning doesn't usually show up for like 24 to 48 hours or something. And I always thought that that was really weird because it didn't make sense to me from an evolutionary point of view. Because, like, well, if something like poisons you, how are you going to learn not to eat it? Like, because the way that all the classical learning models are is you have to introduce a punishment or a negative stimulus immediately in order for the association to be made. You can't wait, like 20 hours to do something. Like, that doesn't make any sense. So it's interesting, I guess, that we have that, what was the term that he used for it? That delayed learning?
Yeah.
Yeah. What a meme.
Are we making more solar panels and more accumulators than we used to be?
Yeah, we're twice as many now.
Okay.
I think it's just because we just brought a fuck ton of electric furnaces online. That
Oh yeah, it definitely.
Yeah.
It definitely is. I also want to jack some because I just made some power armor and I need way more solar panels.
Well.
I want this shield. And if I'm doing the math right, I need way more blue chip assemblers to sustain the next science pack.
What the fuck did Dustin just say about food poisoning in 24 hours? You can get sick within an hour of eating bad food. So I never remember why. I just know that in all of our food safety courses at the casino, we always learn that true food poisoning doesn't show up for 1 to 2 days. Maybe that was bullshit. How long food poisoning to take effect? Oh, 1 to 2 days. I don't know why this is. I just remember learning about it because it was something that I especially had to remember as a supervisor, because sometimes customers will come up to you and bullshit you about it. Oh, I got food poisoning. Give me free money or some shit. And then this is like a line that where I would recite or whatever.
So you were some fucking drone while you were right.
Fuck no, that's because customers are degenerate fucking subhuman fucks. So whatever I could memorize to fuck with the
Whoa,
customer.
dude, the customer is always right.
Fuck
the
that
customer.
shit. You know what the most enjoyment I got at the casino, Kyle, is when a customer complained about their fucking food and they asked for a refund, and I would walk to their table and I would throw that shit away after they got a refund.
Oh, I was about to. Damn it!
Yep.
You fucking. I was
Good,
about
I'm
to.
glad.
God.
It made me so happy, Kyle. I'm glad I told you that before. I'll tell that story a
You told
million.
me
I
that's-
love throwing away food from motherfuckers that think they can get a refund and still eat their shit. Fuck that shit.
You were telling me about like. Oh, you told me a story once about it's like someone ordered a well done steak. And they're like, what the fuck? This person got their food in front of me, and the person who got their food in front of them ordered like a cold roast beef sandwich.
So, yeah, people do that stupid shit
Like,
all the time.
and they saw it's like, hey, I could take that food to go, right? It's ready. And it's like, nah, it's good. And you just threw it away right in front of them or some shit. I don't know. You told me plenty of those stories back in high school. Oh, back in college.
The guy that cried that he got food poisoning from his chicken fried steak and eggs, and then when I went to throw it away, he was like, well, hold on, dude. I was going to box it up and take it with me. And I'm like, the fuck are you talking about? And he's like, well, I don't know. Maybe my kids could eat it. It's like, are you fucking
Wait,
serious?
Wait, he cried he got food poisoning? Like,
yeah, people just do. People just, customers just cry about the dumbest fucking thing. They're fucking retarded, dude.
Someone never worked a shit job.
Whoa.
Well, I worked at Wendy's. Whew.
Yeah.
Never mind.
That was a shit job, guy. Like, holy fuck me, dude.
Yeah.
I
My
had a
sister worked at
guy.
Wendy's. Go ahead.
I had a guy order he ordered like a burger or whatever, and I was like, oh, what do you want on it? He was like, I just wanted he's like, I just wanted like just the patty. I was like, okay. So then I just give him like the bun and like the thing, and he's like, well, where's the cheese? I was like, oh, well, you just wanted the patty. He was like, are you talking back to me? I was like, and then I don't remember what like else he said, but like, holy fuck, dude. I hate people. I hate people so much.
Hell yeah. Fuck people. Fuck.
He's like, what the fuck do you think I meant, dude? He's like, I don't know. You asked for just the patty. Fuck.
Maybe these people never worked shitty jobs. Probably not.
Maybe they did, Kyle, and it's their time to get back at everybody else.
That's probably more likely. Let's be real here.
Okay, Kyle. What are you finishing in Factorio?
Blue chip production.
How have you been, Kyle?
Not too bad.
Not too bad.
Yeah.
How'd you like the fight with Khabib?
Oh, he fucking destroyed him. That was like
he
one of the
fucking
most...
killed him. Is
Yeah.
Khabib fighting? Who's he fighting next? Have they said?
We
There's
don't
no way
know.
Connor's coming back, right?
We don't know. He could.
Has
Like,
he said
it's-
anything?
Not really. He made some shit post on Instagram about how Habib's dog shit, but you know.
He's gonna fucking. I don't know, dude. I like Connor, but I think Habib would like fuck him up, dude. After what I've seen, Habib just like gets on him and fucking mauls him.
Well,
He's
it's
got, like,
just
the stamina of a god.
It's just a Habib thing. It's like, I mean, it's just a Connor. At this point, Connor's cardio is questionable, and that is a documented fact. If he doesn't win in the first 2 rounds, he's not going to against Habib. He's either going to win in the first 2 rounds.
Is he like a Rousey?
Yeah, he's either going to win in the first 2 rounds, win off the damage that he did in the first 2 rounds, or he's just not going to win at all. Like, his whatever, I guess his style of fighting just doesn't go for 5 rounds.
Who did he just fight? I can't remember the name of the guy.
Well, he fought Mayweather, and then he fought
I meant
Eddie Alvarez
I meant
before
Habib.
that. Oh, Habib fought Edson Barboza.
That's who it was, yeah.
Yeah, and Barboza's a scary man. Like, he fucked up the last guy he fought.
Good ass. He's really good at kicks, right?
Yeah.
That was his big thing. Yeah, I think he got Habib with like one good kick, if I remember.
Yeah, he hit him in the neck.
Yeah, that was what it was.
And he was
Necked him.
pounding his. He was going for his legs for the most part in the early fight, but it's just once Habib gets you against the fence,
you're fucked. It was a
that's-
sad fight, dude.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, it
it's
was
just-
like good, but like he was just getting fucked the whole time.
there's all these pictures of him like looking up at the clock, and he's like,
He's
"Send
like,
help."
please God, get me out of here. How much
Send
longer?
help.
I remember he was looking at the clock, and there was like a minute 30 left. I was like, I feel so bad for this guy. He didn't tap out. That's a strong ass motherfucker, dude.
Yeah, but that was one of the most, like, you just look at the scorecards, that was one of the most one-sided scorecards I've ever seen.
Yeah.
It's like 30,
What was the main
24 or
event in
something.
that fight? That was
Holly Holm versus Cyborg.
Yeah.
Not that great of a fight.
Yeah. That was oof.
Women's
Didn't
MMA
they, like, make
is...
that? Didn't they like make that division for Cyborg, like that weight class or whatever? Is what I heard.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like that weight class wouldn't exist if
She's gonna go fight dudes, dude.
Maybe.
That's about it. I don't know.
Women's MMA is still developing, and 140.
I was surprised
that
that they gave them the. I was surprised that they gave him the card. I thought like the Habib fight was the best one, but there was no belt, so yeah.
Yeah, they want to have a championship fight at the top of every card. It's just what
Makes
they.
Sense.
So.
I'm excited to see the. I hope Ferguson fights him. I want Connor just to kind of retire. I don't know. I don't want him to get his ass fucking beat.
I just want him to make a decision. I don't give a fuck what he does. I just want him to figure out what he wants to do with his life and then do it.
I agree.
As I've said before, he's ruined divisions.
Yeah, by just holding the belt. Yeah.
Yeah, just holding the belt and doing nothing. All right,
I'm
done with
145.
All right.
He hasn't done anything with 155. He won it 2 Novembers ago now, and then he just hasn't done it.
Didn't he give it up?
No,
Is that
yeah.
the one he gave up? Oh, he gave up the 145.
145.
Yeah. He ain't gonna do shit with the 155. I don't think.
Who knows? Hopefully, but yeah, it's starting to look like
he's coming back at 170, dude. He's fighting Woodley. You heard it here first.
Woodley would destroy him. Woodley is like twice his size.
Kill him, dude. Has Woodley gotten a good fight recently? I heard that. I saw Dana was like mad as fuck at him after the Cowboy fight. I think it was.
No, Woodley's fights are dog shit. He fought Wonder Boy twice, and the first fight was like pretty good because it was okay because they got into some trouble. But the second fight, like no one would engage. They were just like.
I remember Dana like came in after, and he was like, "That was like," or he was like in the press conference. He was like, "That was a fucking disgrace. Like you're not getting like a good fight now. Like if that's the bullshit you're gonna pull."
He said you were never gonna main event a card again.
Yeah. He was like, you could he was like, you could have destroyed him, but like instead you like made it like super boring. I don't know.
Well, Woodley is afraid of getting kicked in the face, and Wonder Boy is afraid of getting wrestled because their weaknesses are so glaring in those regards. It's like no one wants to expose themselves.
It's just a bad matchup.
Yeah, well, then he fought Damian Maia, and that set the record for least strikes.
Oh yeah, that was
least strikes in a 5-round fight, in a full 5-round fight, because Damian Maia is a garbage striker and amazing at jiu-jitsu, but he can't deal with wrestlers because he can't take wrestlers to the ground. So Woodley's just, I'm just not going to let you take me to the ground. I'm just going to stuff all your takedowns. I'll sit back here and strike with you, and I'm just going to win on points. So that was also a dog shit fight.
Gets the money, but like he's not getting the big fights anymore because he fights. So
he wants to fight Nick Diaz. He wants to fight GSP. He knows that he can't make money.
He's not getting GSP.
Well, if GSP wants it, that's who he would fight because Woodley has the belt. But
Woodley has
But I don't know that GSP wants it. GSP also seems I don't know. He fights Bisping, and then it's just like, I don't really want to fight Whitaker.
I want to like love Woodley, but he's just such a boring fighter. But he's such like a beast of a man. Like I don't know. He could. I just feel like he could do a lot more. But
yeah, I can't disagree with that. That's not a bad assessment. He's not a bad dude. He just does not bring the hype.
Why, Steve? What's happening?
With what?
I don't know. You're banning people in the chat now.
Oh, for being retarded. I always ban people for being retarded. Yeah.
Got it.
Dude, 15,000 gems, $5, Mr. Mooten.
Oh, you bet your ass! I already bought that.
Gem packed, hell yeah, boy.
Give me that, boy.
Gimme.
I'm so disappointed right now.
Shut the fuck up,
Don't worry about it.
Kyle.
I'm so disappointed. Go buy League of Legends skins.
Oh my god! And then it scales $20 for 60,000 gems.
Wait, where are you getting 15?
Holy
15,000?
shit! No,
Oh,
$20 for $50,000.
How
Whoa!
much, what's the $100 one?
I don't
dude?
know. Holy
Yeah,
shit! We're
bye.
buying it up.
Who's more of a beast of a man, Woodley or Yoel
Ah, fuck!
Romero?
It disappeared after $20. God damn it! Holy shit!
Yoel Romero, by the way.
Who's fighting on the next card? Like the big fight, do you know?
The next pay-per-view?
Yeah.
The next pay-per-view is Stipe Miocic versus Francis Ngannou, and the co-main is Cormier versus Volkan Ozdemir. So that's a good
Does
card.
Cormier have the belt?
Yes.
So he got it because of
He got kicked in the face by John Jones, but then
Yeah,
John Jones
John
popped for
Jones.
steroids.
Again, there's no way John Jones is coming back, right? He
I
has
don't
to
know.
be done.
We have heard nothing. It seems like he should get like a 2-year ban or a 4-year ban.
Hasn't he gotten popped for steroids twice now? And then once he got banned because he like broke a woman's like arm or whatever.
Well, he's had lots of problems. He failed the test for cocaine, but he got no repercussions for that because he wasn't supposed to even be tested for cocaine. He got failed for what's called an estrogen blocker, which is something you would take if you were cycling
After you do
off of
steroids.
Yeah. And then this last time, he just straight up it was just straight up a steroid. So
I don't know. I don't think he should be allowed back in after like this many. Like he's ruined like main events, right?
Yeah, he was supposed to be the main event of UFC 200 against Cormier,
And he couldn't. He got fucked there.
Yeah.
But then he like ruined the whole fight, like the whole Daniel Cormier fight. He ruined that. Like he beat him down, but he was on steroids.
Yeah, it puts a huge Cormier deserves so much better than he gets.
Yeah,
like
he's a
he's
good
such a good fighter, and he's only ever lost to John Jones, who is so questionable
Who
and
has
so
been
dirty.
on steroids twice now, right?
Yeah,
Like back to
and
back
it's-
for his fights.
Yeah, it's like you feel so bad for DC. Like he's such a good fighter, and like to have this shit happen to him, like his pay per views sell like garbage when he's not fighting John Jones too. Like the Gustafsson pay per view and the two Rumble Johnson ones. That's why he's not main eventing this next card, is because his pay per views sell like garbage. So, but I love the guy. The dude's awesome.
I don't know. It's just sad.
It is sad. But this weekend, we got Du Ho Choi versus Jeremy Stevens. Here come that Choi. Oh shit, what up?
He also hit a pregnant woman with his car and ran away. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was like the meme. But I heard like he broke her arm too, like after or something.
No,
I thought I, like,
well,
oh, no.
he
Allegedly.
he crashed his car and then he like ran away from the scene, and then he came back for like money and drugs in his car, and then he ran away again. It was like, it's just, dude, you're such a piece of shit.
I thought I heard Joe Rogan like talking about that, like the woman like alleged that he actually like came and like broke her arm or some shit. I don't have. Oh, she broke her arm in the car crash.
That I can see. I don't. Yeah. But yeah, John Jones is a very questionable human being.
Damn.
Amazing fighter.
On steroids. I don't know if we've
Even-
seen him
I don't
off
know if
steroids. I don't
even
know if we've
off-
seen him off steroids in a
Yeah,
while.
that's true. That's true. I mean, he deserves to have a cloud over him at this point because he has earned it.
I honestly want to see like just people. I want to see like a UFC league of, just,
Roided
of
league?
them like roided up, dude. Yeah, I want to.
We
see
need that
it.
version for like every athletic event.
Holy fuck.
Roided
Dude, someone
NFL
would-
games? Holy shit.
Someone would fucking. Well, first off, who knows? Maybe they are.
Well, yeah, the counter argument is that we already have roided football. It's called the NFL. We already have roided basketball. It's called
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, I don't. Do roids help you in the NBA? I kind of don't think so.
Probably, yeah. Anything that helps you maintain lean muscle mass, right?
Do you need lean muscle mass in the NBA? I don't
Well,
know.
the biggest benefit you get from roiding is recovery. That's like the huge limiting
But it's
factor
like
on like
in the NBA,
every big like workout related shit is your ability to recover. Because the most important, because there's like dieting and recovery are the two most important parts. And like if you roid like really heavily, you cut down that recovery part like crazy. Roids don't automatically give you like massive muscles, but they let you build muscle like insane rates because you don't have to rest as long as normal people do.
Sure.
So I imagine for
Sure.
like NBA shit, yeah, I'm sure that roiding.
Well, I just don't think you need to be that strong.
No,
Like,
but I'm
you don't
sure
need
that,
to-
but there's like a fuck ton of like cardio is like really important for NBA shit, right?
Yeah, but you can go. You can play for 38 minutes or whatever most people play. I just feel like I don't know.
I feel like the people in the NBA are probably incredibly fucking athletic. Like those guys aren't slackers when it comes to training. Like those guys are insane athletes. Like I don't know. I'm pretty sure.
Sure, but it's not like football where it's like I need to be fucking jacked, or it's not like baseball.
Well, I don't even know
like
if football is jacked. Where football, you're just fucking huge. The guys in football, I don't even think they're lean. They're, like those guys aren't 300 pounds of muscle. Like there's a lot of fucking like those guys.
Which
are some
guys?
guts. Like linemen and shit, like linebackers.
Linemen? Yeah, those guys
I'm sure
are
if you're like a quarterback or if you're like shit like that, you probably have to be pretty lean to do it. But for like a linebacker, I don't think you're very lean. It probably depends a lot on the position. Like wide receivers and shit probably aren't like 300 pounds. Shit, yeah.
I just feel like the NBA is more about like finesse. Well, I'm sure it brings. I don't know.
Do you watch a lot of NBA, Kyle?
No, I don't.
The NBA is like. It's so fun to watch because you have your like I don't know, like your people, like your champions, like the people who can like solo carry the team, like your Steph Curry's, LeBron James or whatever, and they can just like pretty much go ham. Whereas in football, you got like 12 like fucking people out there, like half of them you don't know who's like names there. I don't know.
Sure, it's like the MVP in the NFL is always a quarterback or a running back.
Yeah,
because those are the people who touch the ball the most.
I don't know. Every now and then you get those sick clips of like a ridiculous fucking block and shit, but yeah.
Yeah.
Or like a hard hit where you hear like the guys like brains like come the fuck out. Yeah.
Or the late hits and shit. That shit that people have been getting nailed for lately. Or like the really fuck. I watched a nasty one recently. I remember just like the checking people like destroying their heads like for no fucking reason. Like when you're going to block and shit. Oh man.
Yeah.
This shit looks fucking crazy, dude.
Yeah, I think that's like targeting if you go for their head. Oh my.
Yeah. But people always like try to play it off or shit. I don't know. I saw DeFranco tweeted some shit where he was making fun of some NFL guy who said, "I didn't do it. It was a legitimate block." But like when you look at the clip, like the dude is like headhunting. The dude is like headhunting like a motherfucker. It's like insane. Oh shit.
Yeah. That helmet is like a fucking weapon.
Yeah.
I heard that. I've like heard. I haven't read into it like much, but I heard like the helmet actually like fucks him up more than like just
all padding and everything fucks
yeah.
up more. It's the ultimate irony because people like Aussie fucks or whatever will make fun of like, oh well, we play rugby without padding and shit. But it's the same with boxing too, right? Like your hands are only bones. You can only punch somebody so hard in the face without breaking your fucking hand. You know, like it's really easy. Like any human being has the capacity to shatter their fucking knuckles by hitting somebody in the head as hard as they can. You know, it looks soft because it's skin, but if you like punch a brick wall or some shit, you're gonna break something. But when you got those thick ass fucking gloves on, you can punch people hella fucking hard. Yeah, and then it's the same thing with football padding too. When people have like all that gear and shit on, you can throw yourself at somebody like crazy. You have so much more kinetic energy.
Invincible,
yeah, you can do a lot more damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody in fucking rugby is gonna throw themselves at a dude and go for like the insane fucking blocks that they do in the NFL. Like it's never gonna because you would kill yourself doing it. You know?
No one's gonna lead with the crown of their head.
Yeah. No, you don't lead. That's not like a natural human fucking
Two
thing.
people just die, brains are out.
Yeah.
Hey
Can we
buddy,
talk
I
about
love
flopping?
you.
Holy fuck, that's the most annoying thing in like basketball.
Talking about what?
Or,
Flaunting?
Flopping. Like
bigger
in
in
basketball or
Well,
soccer.
so-
Yeah, it's like
Soccer
really
is the
annoying.
worst.
It's probably because
It's technical, but
well, but the problem is that it's rewarded. Like, and it happens in basketball too, where people try to like get fouls and shit. Like, but,
oh yeah,
but it's like a huge.
technical thing to
That's
do.
like one of the as like a layman that doesn't really watch much basketball or know what the fuck is going on. The foul aspect of basketball is like really annoying to me. I don't know.
They're trying to
This
fix
is
it now.
What?
Oh,
But,
someone put like a 7 out of 10 in the chat. This is like a 7.
The one with the neck guy?
This is like a poor group.
He looks like the is it the Arbiter? Is that the name?
The elite in
From Halo? Were they called the
yeah.
Arbiters? Yeah, I don't remember.
They're just elites. So there's the one that you play as. This
No. Isn't there? Oh wait, what's the name of the Oracles? Who are the guys that sit in the chairs?
Prophet.
Oh, the
Prophets.
It was the
Prophets.
Prophets,
Yeah, Prophet.
Prophets. Yeah.
Yeah, but in the NBA, like flopping is like a really technical thing to do sometimes, and it gets you free points pretty often.
Same thing with soccer
it's-
as well, right? Yeah.
Soccer, yeah.
I mean, there are some people that are bad at it.
Yeah.
It's just I guess I
Total
just
shit
hate the
person.
I just hate the refs more rather than like the player. Like I don't fault the player, but the NBA refs have like really been like pretty shit recently. I don't know.
Did they ever figure out? Doesn't everybody hate the refs? Wasn't there a big shit going on a while ago with NFL
NBA?
refereeing? Like NFL shit, I thought refereeing was like a huge fucking. Where like people always say that like they're not gonna make certain calls, they're gonna like fuck with the ratings and shit or something. I don't know. I don't follow this enough. But
In
like,
the NBA, it's a big issue. It's such a big issue that they don't let you, or they like review everything in like the last 2 minutes and they call the game differently. That's the biggest issue. Is like they'll call the game like really loose at like the start of the game, but in the last like 4 minutes they'll call the game tight as fuck. I don't know. I just would rather
maybe they don't want to slow it down.
No, they slow it down. Like they
no.
They,
what I'm saying is like in the
review
beginning,
every
you don't
play.
want to start
Oh, in the
slowing it down like in
yeah.
the beginning because it would drag on too much and nobody cares as much. But when you're getting down to the, I don't know.
Like the last 2 minutes of an NBA game can last like 15 to 20 minutes. It's insane.
Yeah.
I wonder if, just going by what I know about streaming, I wonder if that's when viewership is highest. Like if you're playing like a 50-minute game of StarCraft or League, like your viewership is always climbing towards the end. Yeah. I don't know.
I'll go with the Cavaliers. Are they figuring it out? Is Isaiah Thomas playing? Did I hear that?
Played a few games. Yeah, he didn't play against what the fuck was the Celtics?
Boston?
I wanted to watch him play against the Celtics. Yeah, but they rested him, I think. But yeah, he's playing like a little bit of minutes. He's doing well. I'm excited to see what he does when he comes back fully. Holy shit. But Golden State's like pretty much impossible to beat, dude. Oof.
I don't know. Well, if they're healthy.
Yeah, if they're healthy. Someone needs to take it for the team and just break Steph Curry's leg, dude.
What the fuck?
I don't know.
Didn't he play? Not against the Celtics, no.
Sports ratings are usually better when there's one really, really good team. That's what I've heard, is that when there's a really dominant team, it's generally good
Everybody
for the
wants
sport.
them to lose, yeah.
Yeah, it's good for the sport in general. So
don't they even do that in like WW the like the wrestling memes where they'll have a guy who's like undefeated for a long time or some shit? I mean
probably not for a long time, but someone's gonna play the villain.
Well, I remember in WCW they had Goldberg or whatever. He was supposed to be undefeated for like over 100 matches or some shit. I don't remember.
Who was like the villain in like WWE that went to the MMA? Who knows who I'm talking about?
Brock Lesnar, CM Punk.
Yeah, CM Punk. That was who it was.
He had a bad time.
Well, I heard like fans loved him, but I don't know what the meme was. I didn't follow.
Can't. Okay, can you please tell me? Do people think the wrestling stuff is real or not? I can't tell.
No one thinks it's real.
No. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, just making sure.
Just a nice drama.
Yeah, it's
I think
it's like an entertainment that
I
you
like
watch. It's
watching
like entertaining.
It, though.
Yeah.
Fun.
Okay.
It's fun watching it.
Just making sure.
But I don't think most people actually believe that it's true.
Okay, just making sure.
Maybe like
unless
kids.
except for like 14 or 15-year-olds. It's like,
Hey guys, there's no Santa Claus.
Kyle.
Whoa.
Throwing it out there,
Hey, Kyle.
Vince McMahon.
Hey Kyle, this is a kid-friendly stream.
Kyle, chill. Okay.
Chill, homie.
Chill with
Have
that
you
shit,
seen
bro.
Steven's viewers?
Yeah, chill with that, bro. Damn.
Oh, you never went to a con with him, dude. Like
No, I didn't.
A bunch of 10-year-olds, Kyle. That's the majority of his viewers. They all walk up. They're like, hey, Steven, I'm the next Mr. Moon. You groomed him, groom me, daddy.
So all those times when you were threatening to do stuff at TwitchCon, did it just like not happen?
Oh, it happened, Kyle. He banged me.
What the fuck? Mr. Mooten.
Fucking TwitchCon.
Get your shit under control.
I will never understand TwitchCon, but whatever.
It's good memes, Kyle. All right.
I mean, I understand it from a streamers hanging out with each other perspective. I just don't know why. I don't know. Why would a fan want to go to TwitchCon unless you're just a giant creeper?
I don't know. I think it's cool. I wanted to meet Tyler 1. I never got to meet him, but I think that would have just been cool just to be like, hey, what's up? But
you mean what's down?
Because there would be.
Clip that one and send it to Tyler.
Clip it, boys. Okay, are you awake or are you gonna be like really grumpy or what?
Oh, I'm really good right now. I'm 100% if you're ready.
Are you?
Oh god, more League of Legends.
Well, he's hungry for that plat. You're in 3 now, right?
Yeah, I'm plat 3.
Okay, I need one more win. I think I'm in plat 1.
Neon Destiny.
When you get banned a lot, Kyle, you gotta have a lot of prefixes for your names.
Yeah, didn't you used to be just like Neo Destiny with the accent over the E or some shit?
Something like that, yeah. I don't
So
know.
like 3. How many accounts ago was that? Was it just 2?
Well, I've
1?
technically only had 2 perma banned accounts, I think.
I've had 0, Kyle, because I'm not toxic.
Well, you are toxic.
Steven's been
You're
banned
saying
from
I'm
like
banned.
every game he's ever played.
Yeah, you know. I still don't remember getting banned from StarCraft. This really bothers me. I don't remember what I got banned for. You said it was
Did you
hacking,
play
but I
WoW,
don't
Kyle?
remember.
I know you did. Think about how many CD keys you've had. Think about how many
Yeah, but
different
I just don't
StarCraft
remember
discs.
why.
You didn't buy those StarCraft discs because you lost them all.
How did we get? Because it seems like Blizzard like never fucking bans people, or I don't remember them being ban happy.
I never got banned. I got an account silent. I don't even know how that happened.
Yeah, Sideshow Bob 5199. I remember.
Well, no, it's CD. Remember, we've talked about it. It's CD keys, not accounts.
Oh, that's why. Because even if
Yeah,
your
'cause
CD
you'll-
key gets banned, you can still log into the account from a new CD key, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
At one point, you could log into multiple accounts. You could log into like 2 accounts from the same CD key.
Yeah, because it would Oh no,
It's the
wait. You
first
could also
StarCraft
you could
CD
also have multiple people logged into the same account because it would put the parentheses 2 behind your name. Remember?
I don't know. Did it? I don't
Yeah,
think you
I
could
remember
have.
that. You could have multiple people logged into the same account because only one would get like op. Like if you went to like op like Neo Destiny, but then like Neo Destiny parentheses 2 was there, like you wouldn't be able to operate or whatever. I remember that shit.
Pick your shit, retard.
You are a retard. We're talking about Brood War days, guys. We're not talking about StarCraft.
Yeah,
too.
fucking.
Kyle, did you play WoW?
I'll be right back. One second.
No, the only WoW I've played was I played WoW in 2016 for like a couple months, and that was it.
Are you gonna come play vanilla with us, Kyle?
Probably not.
Kyle, please. We need more.
Everything I've heard about vanilla says that it's,
You're gonna
it's a
love it,
nostalgia
man.
trip, and that's all it's good for.
Nah, you're gonna love it.
That it's just, dude, I hated leveling in Legion, and leveling in Legion was supposed to be better.
Yeah, if you hate leveling, you know what? You probably shouldn't play vanilla.
There you go.
Yeah, because we're gonna
Fuck
love
you.
leveling, dude. We're gonna be there for. Oof. So excited.
I hear my friends play on these like vanilla, like, you know, the vanilla servers that some person
Yeah.
like hacked together. And it's like, dude, it just takes them months to get to max level.
Yep.
It's like it took me a week to get to whatever max level, 110 or whatever it is, and it was miserable.
I'll probably take like a week off of like school for like the first week of WoW vanilla. That's the dream.
Besides, you can't be goblins in vanilla.
True.
Why would I want to play WoW if I can't be a
You can only
goblin?
be humans or like Stevens.
Got him.
Yeah, got him.
No, Kyle, it's great. You must play with them. Think of the content. God damn.
Bombjin, if you ever fucking at me again, I swear to God, I will get you fucking permanently banned. I will go down to Steven's house. I have his address. I'll log onto his computer and I'll ban you myself. I'm gonna actually ban you in the Discord right now and Twitch chat. Hold on.
Oof. I don't know how many Twitter followers I got yesterday. Like 10, you know? I told you don't need to follow me on Twitter.
I'm gonna
Why am I
follow you,
even...
Kyle.
You can follow me on Twitter. No one else needs to no one needs to follow me on Twitter. I don't tweet anything. Can you please give me your thoughts? I don't know. I don't really care about HGDQ. I cared about it a couple years ago, like
I
5
don't care
years
about
ago.
AGDQ at all.
Like 5 years ago, that stuff was kind of interesting to me, but that's gone. Like 7 years ago, like fighting games were interesting to me, and that's gone too. I just
Wait, is this the real Casey, John? What the?
Is what the real Casey Tron?
Oh, I sent you. Can you please, for me? He said it. He said, please, Steven, please. I'm your best. I'm literally probably your only friend. Besides Kyle. Can you please do it? He said, quick, shit talk Mr. Moon after while Destiny's in here. And then he said all that shit. He's not reformed, Steven.
You
He
are
said
one
it
of Belgium's biggest haters, okay, Mr. Mooten?
I haven't said shit about him.
Not now, mate. I don't even know if that's
Not
true.
in the past month. I had you know when you were talking about the Prophet earlier, I could have said next gen right then and there, but I didn't. I refrained. I thought about it. I didn't say shit. Get him out of here.
Listen, just be friendly, okay?
All this drama. I'm not up on all this drama.
Everybody
Do
in
you know
my
what he
chat
did,
is a
Kyle?
big fucking baby,
No, I
dude.
know
Oh my
nothing.
god.
Do you want to know what he did, Kyle?
Do I? I don't even know if I want to know.
You probably don't, because it'll make Steven look real bad.
What?
The fact that Bombjin groomed Baby Miku. He streamed.
Mate, there were like 10 people in chat that
Yeah,
were all
they
fucking
should all
with
be
Baby.
permanently banned.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, I agree.
listen, people
he
in our
also
chat
streamed a suicide.
meme- Listen, okay, that was pretty.
He
shitty.
also streamed
got
a
banned
suicide
for.
victims conversation.
No, he did
that.
not stream a. You can't stream a suicide
Or
victim
not a
conversation.
Suicide, I'm sorry. He streamed. A rape victims conversation. My bad. Sorry. He also did. He
I'm
also spammed
streaming your
N-word
conversation
on
right
my
now,
stream.
and I raped you at TwitchCon, so.
That's fine.
Nice man.
He's done a lot of questionable shit, dude. I don't know. It's fine. I mean, Steven wants that $40 a month, I guess.
I do.
Sellout, I guess. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Well,
That's all right.
Sell out and leech.
That's why. Yeah.
What a
That's
great
why
team.
I hang out in Twitch chat, dude. There ain't no rapists here, homie.
Wait, this is not safe for work. Hold on.
Do you guys always play the same two heroes?
Hell yeah,
Sadly.
I'd love.
How would Draven feel?
He felt real good earlier.
Fucking League of Legends, man. How many? Do you have an hour count of that game?
It's a lot. I don't know what it is, but
As I said, I've played I have 3,000 hours of Dota. And that's just on my main account.
damn.
Granted, most of those are 5 years ago. But like, dude, you gotta at some point.
Wait, you banned the wrong guy.
What do you mean I banned the wrong guy? What?
Why did you mean to ban that guy?
Because he said it.
No, you banned Lost, not Lost War.
No.
Lost War is the one who said it.
Yeah, I think you might have banned the wrong dude.
Oh, I banned them both. Fuck. Fuck.
Oh shit, he said it too.
Hey, get out of my chat, racist. Get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Yeah, hold up.
Joining us now is the White House Senior Policy Advisor, Stephen Miller. Stephen, thanks so much for
Hold
joining
on,
us and
good
Happy
shit.
New Year.
Thanks.
Good to see you.
Good to be here.
So President Trump and the White House have been calling the Russia investigation a witch hunt and a nothing burger. But obviously in this new Michael Wolff book, Fire and Fury, Bannon offered a different take on the Trump Tower meeting between Donald Trump Jr., Jared Kushner, Paul Manafort, and these other officials, including a Russian lawyer. He called it treasonous and unpatriotic. And he said that, quote, the chance that Don Jr. did not walk these Jamos up to his father's office on the 26th floor is
go with yes,
zero.
you know.
Did President Trump meet with
Wait, you can't what?
Stephen Miller just weirds me out.
Oh,
Can't look at
maybe
you,
he looked
Steven.
pretty weird.
any of the so-called Jamos?
I think it's just like the first
who
time
were
I ever
in that
saw
Trump
him
Tower
was
meeting?
this like he was talking in the
Steve
meeting and he
Bannon's
said something about like the
description
president
notwithstanding,
will be okay
It's
or something
tragic
really
and
greedy.
unfortunate that Steve would make these
He'll be here.
grotesque
But he was just
comments
basically talking like
so
we're an authoritarian
out of touch
state. It
with
was like,
reality and
the
obviously
president's-
so vindictive, and
the
the whole
president's
White House staff is
agenda
deeply
will be
disappointed
implemented,
in his
and
comments,
I don't know, it was
which were
something a long time
grotesque.
ago.
Careful.
And with respect to the
Steven, your mom needs to
Trump
lose her
Tower
Twitter
meeting
account.
that he's
I'm gonna
talking
be
about,
honest with you.
he wasn't even there when
Why
anyone
would you
went
ever
down.
look at that?
So he's not really
Someone
a
linked
remotely
it earlier.
credible
It really
source on
pissed me
anything.
off.
It reads like an angry, vindictive person spouting off to a highly discreditable author.
Okay,
The
nice.
book is best understood as a work of very poorly written fiction. And I also will say
Nice, man.
that the
Remind me
author
not to,
is
like,
a
step up
garbage
chat,
author
yeah,
of a garbage
Iron Man
book.
away.
And the tragic thing about this book, and there are many things about it that are unfortunate, but the portrayal of the
I'm
president
not
in the
leashing
book
the jungle. He's pissed me
is
off.
so contrary to reality, to the experience of those who
That doesn't sound
work
like
with
what a
him,
team player
to my
would
own
do.
experience having
That's
spent
exactly
the
what
last
a
2
team
years
player
with
would
him.
do.
You know,
'Cause
on the
this guy's
campaign,
boosted,
I
Kyle,
had
and
a
I need
chance
to
to
carry
travel
his
all
ass.
across the country.
Is
with the
everyone
president
boosted? I hear that.
on Trump
I hear that
Everybody's
accusation
boosted,
a lot.
but
to
me
be the
and
president.
I
me,
hear that accusation
Dan
a lot.
Scavino,
I just
Hope
feel like
Hicks,
it can't possibly be that many people.
Oh,
How
thanks
much
for
do
the
Diamond
comments.
League of Legends accounts cost?
A few $100, isn't it?
Maybe. That ain't nothing to a baller like me, boy. If he Qs you, you're dead.
Yeah, no shit. Alright, boys. Let's see how passive Mr. Mutant plays this one. Nice. Oh, you almost hit MF with that Q. Nice.
I thought it was you. I thought it was you.
Oh,
you
what?
did that
All
yesterday.
Yordles look the same?
Yeah.
Racist fuck.
Dude. I don't trust anything with a head that's bigger.
Careful, they have level 2. They have level 2.
Yep, so do we. There you go. Oh, you see me step up there, boy? I'm gonna die to this blitz before, just so you know. It's gonna happen pretty soon. Feel it?
God damn, Platinum League of Legends accounts cost like $100.
Yeah, shit's serious, Kyle.
Yeah, Kyle.
Bad motherfuckers that play this game.
Yeah, think of the. Jesus.
No!
I don't know what I should have done.
What? She did an EL!
I can't scream. My roommates are sleeping.
Ain't nobody ready for that Tris bomb.
What's up, Panda Shaft? It's time for the
All right.
refugees to come. Yeah.
Time for
Good
bed,
luck,
Kyle.
boys.
I love you. Be
I will
careful,
talk
buddy.
to you guys later. Enjoy.
Love you, Kyle.
Love you too.
Ooh, I'm in. Stop chewing, you fucking fat ass. Hey guys, don't forget to give me your Twitch Primes or Destiny. Whichever one.
Oh, yeah?
Why do you only play Lulu now? Because Steven gets mad at me if I play any non-range supports.
What'd you say?
Okay, what I would do is I'd start stepping up just to cue you in. But he's boosting.
Mr.
Careful,
Mutin.
careful, careful.
Giving his advice on how to play Blitz. Ah! Yeah, run away. Don't ever trust this Kazakh to do anything. He's worthless. He is an ape, okay? I just listened to a bio lecture on some of his behaviors, okay? He's pretty fucking stupid,
The
right?
stuff about the bees was cool, but I feel like he goes into way too many
Examples?
examples.
It's because it's supposed to be an intro course. Don't worry, Mutin. I got you, buddy. I wouldn't let him beat you up like that.
Thanks, homie.
Good job, Kazakhs.
Hey there, Destiny Uo.
I think I could have jumped on the MF and killed her, guys. You think? The only reason I didn't is because they do have heal, right? I don't think she used it before.
I don't think she's used it.
Since last month I've managed to get myself labeled as a neo-Marxist after debating someone who believes white genocide is real. Oh wow, thanks buddy.
I'm leaving. Good job, buddy.
Thanks, homie.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the donor.
Oh. Well, thanks for the 50 bits, buddy.
Where's the action?
Good job, buddy. Thanks, Kappa Lamb. You gonna ride my pole, Steve?
No.
Alright, I'm gonna win.
Mm-hmm. Wait, let me.
I have a pink. Fucking idiot.
Remember that one time you walked up to a bush and there was a Leon in? Yo, if MF comes to this cannon, it's your boy. I'm dead. Oh my god.
We're gonna get ganked, we're gonna get ganked, we're gonna get ganked.
Okay, what do you want me to do about it, Mr. Mooten? Oh shit.
She healed, she healed, she healed. We're getting Jax ganked.
Implying he could ever kill me. Are you? No! God damn it. Give me that assist. Give me that assist. Yeah, I'll take all
Yeah,
the
we
assists.
got it. We did real well.
Yeah, we did.
Not you, because you're a little fuck ass. The B stuff is actually fascinating. I get my master's thesis project on it. Oh, I mean, that sounds like insanely cool, though. Did he explain, I wasn't able to watch the whole time. Did he explain, like, why the animals do it? Do we actually, like, know? Or is it just, like, straight instinct?
Well, that was what the topic was about. Some of it is instinctual. However, they can also improve upon it by learning. But then there are also some behaviors that are, like, imprinting, where it happens, like, one time. And I'm talking about critical learning periods, where, like, a baby chicken sees a big moving thing and instantly assumes it's its mother or some shit.
Oh, yeah. Don't we have, like, a critical learning period of language?
I don't. We have times where it's easier.
I don't think you can learn language past a certain age.
What the fuck? Well, I'm pretty much dead, so.
Yeah.
Don't worry, we'll get a gang soon. Go poker, please. Thank you.
You're gonna get ganked from men.
Why don't you actually? And Mr. Mooten getting sniped!
Get ready to jump, get ready to jump. Okay,
No! It's okay, shh. Chill. It's really late, dude.
Your neuroplasticity gets less and less as you get older, making new languages harder to learn, not impossible.
Even that is debated.
Who was the one case study? I know you're not supposed to do on case studies. Who was the one case study of, like, the girl who was, like, locked in, like, her basement or whatever? Her name was, like, Jenny? Who knows? Nina will know, I don't know.
The Fritzl case?
No, it was Jenny, feral child. I'll link it to you. It's pretty interesting. Jenny learned some basic levels of language, didn't she? It's just kind of shit. Oh, maybe you can learn some basic levels, but you'll never be, like,
God damn it.
good at it. She can't talk.
I'm too lazy, I guess I'm right. Okay, can you actually like?
Blitz is up there. Blitz
Yeah,
is up there.
I see him.
I feel
Okay.
more confident.
No, I'm fucking you. You've been playing button. Sorry. Oh my god, dude.
I have ult. It was gonna hit.
I shouldn't have ulted her away. I was trying to cancel her out, but you had already canceled it. No! I have my other monitor! Fuck you, Synergy! Sorry. My mouse ran off my game to the other
Yeah,
fucking monitor.
Been
Holy
saved
shit.
anyways. Susan, what's her real name, Mr. Witten? Huh. That's ours. Whew.
Get this
Why
fat
did you take your
fuck.
CS? I'm leaving. So could Genie like talk like ever? Does anybody know?
I'm gonna follow Kazak's prayer, but it still is trying to look good.
She learned to communicate, but she couldn't learn language properly.
Was this fucker serious? Are you in a promo right now?
Yeah. No.
God damn. Oh no? Oh.
No, what? What did he do?
He's just an annoying little fuck. I just wanted to lose the
Like,
game. No, he's just like being a little fuck boy.
what's he doing?
Just
He didn't
he's
do
like
anything.
hitting plans to knock me around and shit. I just hate him. I just want him to kill himself in real life.
That's
That's
funny as
it.
fuck. You're following him around, dude.
I am. Now I am.
I did
No, I'm
some
really
plans, too.
following him around. Gang squad coming in.
Look at that blitz. What a fucking idiot. Blitzcrank players, LUL. Why are we A-ramming it?
I don't know. I just want to take this mid turret. I'm bored now. I'm bored of this game. Oh, look, our team is dancing. Let's go.
What's new?
Oh! Eso! Ah, eso! Eso! Did they say that in the cast there?
They scream that shit.
Eso! Ah!
Mr. Moon with the double. Yeah, that's what I do.
Hmm.
What are you eating?
Hmm. Crackers.
You're
Yeah,
cracking.
say it. Yeah. Nice.
I did. I did say it. You're gonna die to red buff. You couldn't even do it. Now this Kaz is gonna come take it and see if he's gonna tilt out. Watch him.
Nice.
Blitz is up here.
Cool. Damn, Daniel.
Roses are red, your coat is blue. Omi wa mo shindiru.
Wow, dude, 9 out of 10 meme.
Bait him.
Baiting into what? We'll just die if they attack us.
Jack's over here. We ain't gonna die.
Well, like jack off.
Okay, yeah, it doesn't make it impossible, it just makes it incredibly difficult.
What, to win games when I queue with you?
That was a good one.
You ready?
I'm not near you, so no.
Maybe you should try and get near me. Maybe you should try to get on my level, kid. Okay, Minimutin. Wake the fuck up. You're not awake right now. Wake up!
I'm awoke.
Who's up there? Ward it!
Cuck.
I'm going over that wall.
He jumped.
I help this old
Let's
team.
just stop, let's just stop, let's just stop.
Yeah, then go get him. The silent hunter, the lone killer, Tristana.
Cuckold.
Okay, well, that was fun. I'm gonna go farm somewhere for that, guys.
Just let us handle it, dude. You ain't doing shit this game anyways.
I mean, I'm 7-2, but you know.
Who's our mid laner? What is this?
Capri Sun? I don't know.
Aurelius
Get me out of this
Sol?
game. I'm done
He's
with
good
this.
as shit, dude.
What? He didn't even notice. Mr. Moon didn't even notice. He's like totally oblivious to the game. He's in his own world. Unbelievable.
Wow, 8
You
months
did stay
already.
cool, though.
Well, I got the gun range
give you a
job.
great
Hope
team,
I
man.
don't kill
Give you
someone.
that. I got
My
24
New
LP.
Year's
Is that good?
resolution: buy more pretty clothes with all my dank gun range money. Bonus meme. Haha.
Good job. Flowers, Flowers. I believe in you, buddy. I mean, Ek, I love you. Wait, oh, your name is Flowers, Flowers in chat. Gotcha. I believe in you, dude.
Can I say rule Gillette?
No. You can't.
The duck's not here to say that.
Raul. Wait, how does he say it?
I don't remember.
Good.
Raul Gillette, the best a man can get.
It's just not the same, Mr. Moon.
No.
Do I even care about materials anymore?
There are some people who did not do guild quest shit. I want them out of the guild, and I don't want them invited back.
Okay.
Yeah. Just give me leader, honestly. Let's see who didn't do anything. Jonos and Noviator. And Spooky Slick. And White Nervosa was at the bottom with 94. Wow.
Wait, White Nervosa?
Yeah.
We just let her into the guild, and she didn't do shit for guild quest. Are you serious?
She got 500.
Oh.
Yeah.
How many did she do? What out of what?
6 out of 8.
Oh. We'll have to talk to her about not doing shitty guild quest things. This is our first one, I think.
I am Incognito was number 1. We're at the highest rank of guild tier now.
Good.
Feeling Destiny is so reliant on his daily cocoa that he thought Omega Lol was a top-down view of a hot chocolate.
Yeah, I did. I thought.
Oh, Mega Lol.
What's more, 8 hours or 600 gems? Do you know?
I went with 8 hours. I didn't know.
600 gems has got to be worth more than 8 hours, no? I know that one Braveheart is worth more than 600 gems. Times 3, retard. It's times 3 on both, retard. It's called basic fractions. You can cancel them out. Holy shit. Shit, calm the fuck down. Hold on.
Don't ban him.
Nah, those are some big ass fucking bans.
He banned him.
Fucking moron.
Like 30 minutes is like 60 gems, it seems like.
30
Or
minutes?
80 to 90 gems is what it has to like finish up a research for me. I have 25 minutes left and it's 85 gems.
Oh, so then the 8 hours boost is way better. How much is it? Just scroll onto the 8 hour boost. How much does it cost to buy it?
Where's that at? Bag?
24 hours is 1,500 gems, so 1,800 gems is more. Oh, okay. All right.
So in 8 hours is 650 gems to buy.
8 is 650 to buy?
Yeah.
Wait, I'm so confused. So which is better? 8 hours is better if you're using gems to speed up. Okay, so then we'll just do 8 hours.
That was a weird lane to play. I don't like that.
Good.
Lane. What am I doing? Researches. This is a good ass team. Ours is.
Good. Oh shit. Talent resets are really good, I think.
How's your guys' day going, Twitch chat?
Wait,
Are
a
you guys
single
excited?
24 hour is 1,500 gems? Wait, really? Well, that would mean this is better then.
See, the gems are better because you can just buy
Yeah, never mind.
24 hours and have 100 extra gems.
Wait, have I been fucking up? When you go to like finish a research, should you be using gems or should you be buying speed ups and using those?
Shouldn't you just wait for your free speed up?
Well, no, I'm saying like if you got like 18 days. Do you not finish those with gems? Are you always supposed to buy
I thought
the
you always
speed
bought
ups?
the speed ups.
I usually use
I
the
didn't
gems
know
to
that.
finish it. Oh no. I want a
Hell, you
refund.
Omega-
I'm charging
Omega
back
lol.
all of it.
Oh, mega lol.
24 hour plus, it's better to gem it. Okay. Oh my god, this is so easy.
You should use speed ups if it's above 24 hours. Anything below that is inefficient.
Yeah, okay.
So you've been fucking up, right?
No, that's good then. That's above 24 hours.
Wait, I thought you were using gems to finish it above 24 hours.
Yeah, above 24 hours. That's good, right?
You should use speed ups if it's above 24 hours. Anything below that is inefficient.
This guy just, everybody's saying 24 plus hours is better to use gems.
I'm listening to Novi in the chat. I'm not listening to people in your ear.
Oh, okay, hold on. In what? In the Discord chat?
In the in the Lord's mobile chat.
Destiny, the gems are better because you can just buy them around 100 XP. You should use speed ups if it's above 24 hours. Anything below that. Okay, wait. So let's say that I've got a thing that's going to take me 20,000 days to finish. Is it better to scroll down and buy 24-hour speed ups then? As opposed to just using gems?
We're in game. It's just us. Hey, what it?
That's not the same MF, right?
No, I know. Is Destiny actually into Lords or is it a sponsor? He's actually into Lords. He's paid thousands of dollars in this game.
Can you buy like 3-day speed ups and shit then? Is that like even more efficient? Or can you only buy up to 24 hours speed ups? Yeah, let's go. Ignite, so if we get into an all-in situation, I'm gonna be healing immediately, okay? You're here, right? Hello?
Yeah, is my mic? Yeah, it's fucking no.
I'm looking for MF shots. Oof.
So when are you gonna have Asmongold teach you how to go big dick in World of Warcraft?
I don't know, my dude.
We're getting 2 first? Yeah.
Yep, it's right here. On the Bard? Okay. No, you're fighting 2v1! I think she's gonna double kill us. No, don't just run, just run.
Sorry, I thought I could kill him. I played that poorly.
It's all good.
Press the fucking key, dude. Holy shit.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm alright. I had something on my keyboard. But I needed to get the fuck off my keyboard. Holy shit, dude.
Okay. Did you get it off your keyboard?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Okay.
I'm good. I'm
Okay.
good.
Can you cue that back wave real quick?
Yep. We're getting pinged.
I'm gonna get a call.
Should we spend on Lords? I don't know. Kha'Zix was in our jungle and I'm worried.
Mm-hmm.
I'm waiting.
Looking for EQs on MF here. Yeah, I'm going.
Oh.
Okay, I don't know.
Sorry, I just thought we were looking for EQs, not like all-ins.
My bad.
Gear forward. Ping? Oh, you're right. I'm warning.
On MF, should have turned that. Ah, fuck, I jumped. Nice.
Holy shit, he came back.
Why? Nice try. Hey, you know how your Q works now. Good job, dude.
I know how everything works. You know how your mom's pussy works, dude. Just put my hand right up next to it. She gets fucking wet, dude, and then I slide in. And I say, how much you like Trump, Mary? She's like, not as much as I love you, Lucas. And I'm like, yeah, take it, Mary. Take it like those Mexicans are gonna take it when we get them the fuck out of here.
Okay, we're going back bot lane. I need a little bit more gold. I'm gone? Oh, fuck, I thought I was you.
But I'm nowhere near you.
You were right next to me. What do you mean you're nowhere near me?
I'm nowhere near you when you jump because you're all the way over here and I'm back here.
Yeah,
so.
I know that.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so that's why I'm telling you.
Can you shield me or... Thank you. You're gonna just run away from her while she's barraging me.
I mean, what's his name's down here? I don't think we could fight right now.
No, but you can shoot at her.
Yeah.
It's okay. We're chill. I'm really close to a meme. Oh.
Are you kidding me?
You're welcome. I healed you there. I was scratching my eye and everything.
I didn't think it stunned me, but I was...
Bard's Q's always stun.
He
Remember when I
flashed?
told you that?
Or it was Hextech Flash.
What the fuck?
You just ulted me? We're getting a TP in.
I'm probably gonna die. Let's go.
Yeah, you did.
Solo kill the Bard.
What playlist am I on?
Your mom's playlist. Got him!
Getting 4 minutes of the tilter. I'm alright. I'm alright, homie.
I mean, they just got 4 man, so.
Maybe they're doping. So you just gotta throw shits, dude. You don't understand it.
Over here, over here. In here, in here. Go in! Okay, back up. I'm dead. Oh my god. Fucking shitter noob. That Bard carry
Did you
is so
fuck up
good.
there or no?
No, I got all my damage out. I don't know my ult up, I guess maybe that would have helped.
Garbage. Just the Bard Q on both of us sucked.
The Bard Q hitbox is like one of the most generous hitboxes in this whole game. So if you ever get hit by a Bard Q, just always plan on getting stunned. It's really stupidly huge.
I didn't think he'd 2-stun us. I don't know.
Oh yeah, no. I'm just saying, like, it's super generous. it will always stun you.
Yeah. I'm gonna email Riot about that one.
Yeah.
They're crazy. It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. We sit in the house, and slowly the world we're living in is getting smaller. And all we say is, please, at least leave us alone in our living room. Let me have my toaster and my TV and my steel-belted radios, and I won't say anything. Just leave us alone. Well, I'm not going to leave you alone. I want you to get mad.
Oh, thanks, Maxwell.
Yasuo might be dying. We need to do something here. Nice. Oh, nice. How many are you going to take there, Mr. Moon?
I thought we were clearing it.
Yeah, you did clear it. You cleared it real well.
I didn't think you cared about the CS.
I do care about the CS. This is the Kha'Zix from our other game. I want this guy to die in real life.
Careful.
Speed me up! I'm out! Don't let anybody come kill me! No! Shoot me! What is even is her dot? Deals bone. Was it this thing? Every single champion in this game is a dot now. I feel like it's really stupid. I don't know if it's like that in Dota or whatever. It's like one of the big differences I noticed between like when I played a long time ago versus now. Like there's always a dot. There's always a burn from somewhere. It's fucking annoying. I hate that shit. Ugh.
I mean, we probably shouldn't have dove him.
I mean, I killed him, and I hate him, so it was worth for me.
Oh, was it the Kha'Zix from last game?
Yes.
You know for a fact?
Yeah, oh yeah, I know. Oh yeah.
You know, you added him to the int list, didn't you? I don't know what's happening, man. Bunch of boosted fucking animals, dude.
Are you guys okay? Holy shit.
No, it's fucking stupid. I don't know why. Just get the fuck away. Just get bot tower.
Thanks, Metamutin. It's probably score. Oh no, I'm sure there's some ruin or some passive or some item or something. Yeah, there's always something in this game. You'll never switch to Dota? Why the fuck would I switch to a game similar to League that has like 1/5 the audience? Fuck that shit.
Be a small fish in a big pond if you're playing League.
Rather be a medium fish in a. I'm a pretty big fish in the league pond. Let's be real. I'm not like 20,000.
Can somebody? I'm gonna
Good.
leave.
How do you see the front page of Twitch again?
Like actually tilted right now.
Are you?
Yeah, they're tilting the shit out of me by being really stupid.
We're just giving this Drake, I guess. We just don't care about it. Or
Just do it.
Kha'Zix is like lurking, like right here. Yeah, be honest. You stay near me.
I am.
No, you weren't.
I can't get over there because I can't fucking jump it, dude. So how can I stay near you?
Well, if you would have been near me the first time, he wouldn't have gotten me. Because I would add more life. Sorry.
I just want him to do the dragon instead of like the stutter stuff. I don't know. I'm really tilted.
Yeah, this is an
Maybe he
argument
didn't have
that's
to
used
take
by all the
dragon.
Dota shitters in chat, but it's not true. I'm sorry, guys. There aren't really many Dota streamers. You're basically like the biggest non-pro streamer easily, which I think is a market waiting to be filled. If that was a market waiting to be filled, somebody would have filled it by now, my dudes. I'm sorry. Dota's the second or third most popular game on Steam. There would be people that fill that gap if it was there. I just think people don't give a fuck about watching it.
I'm staying top the rest of this game. I want my team to lose.
Good.
I want them to lose, dude.
Could I ask you how long, if at all, you felt like you were selling your soul just to get by, to finally get ahead? I don't know. Anytime you work a shitty job, it kind of feels that way, no? Oh, cool. Woohoo! I'm gonna die. Feels good, man. Why am I even over here? This is why I don't play with the team. I just want to go split push. Go get that MF. I'm sorry. It was really close. Like 4 for 3, that's pretty good. Look, I'm 3 and 6, you're 4 and 4. You're doing better than me, buddy. I'm sorry. You're okay, right? Are you okay, buddy? I'm here. Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm good. Just refrain from speaking.
Okay, let's go.
Thanks for the follow, buddy.
Oh, we got big plays going on here. That's Brandon, boys. Let me talk some shit to this guy. Hit him up. Hit him up.
So the descent.
I swear to God, if I jump in here and you're not with me, Mr. Mooten.
I'm not there. I'm dead. Died to that map.
I know. I'm just kidding.
I just want to do objectives, dude. That's all I ever wanted to do.
Is this fucker serious?
You should leave. Let's just leave after that shit, dude.
Fuck these people. I'm gonna go back to playing Draven. Holy shit.
No. Lauren. Hey. I really did try to kill myself.
Can you come up?
I don't give a fuck. I'll let Yasuo die. Oh, cool.
Did the Kazakhs die? Do you know? I don't think he did.
Nope, he just ate me and then ran the fuck out.
Good for him. I'd eat you the fuck out too.
What the fuck? Wow, good one.
I played it perfectly, dude.
Did you?
Such a high level, dude.
I got all the buffs, don't worry. I'm on my way now.
Good for you, dude.
Yeah.
Good job.
Don't do me like this. Do it, Kazakhs! I dare you! Yeah, get the fuck out of here, bitch! Get out of here.
Kazakhs right here. Kazakhs is right here.
I'll take care of that, bitch! Don't ever ping me. fucking idiot.
I got you. Jump. Ready?
Ready?
3, 2, 1.
He didn't even get me. I'm going after that, Kha'Zix. Let's go. Get in there.
Yeah, go.
Get in there.
I was in there. Oh, you're right on me.
Shut the fuck up, Mr. Moon.
It was a good game. I like that one.
Yeah? Great shot calling, Mr. Moon.
That's what I gave you.
How much health do you have right now?
64.
Ooh. And you're on plat 3 right now?
Yeah. Are you plat 1?
Yeah.
You done? You want to play more?
You can play one more if you want.
I'm ready to get. I want to play 3 more.
We'll see how you feel after this one, little grumpy Mootin.
I'm only grumpy when you call me out on dumb shit.
Few other people going from rally to rally to rally to rally. And I saw a man who was a political genius, somebody who we would be going down, landing in dissent, there'd be a breaking news development, and in 20 minutes, he would dictate 10 paragraphs of new material to address that event and then deliver flawlessly in front of an audience of 10,000 people.
So you were at the campaign during that Trump Tower meeting, I believe, right, in the summer of 2016. Just to answer the question, because you were there and Steve Bannon was not, did any of those people from that meeting meet with President Trump? As Bannon says, the chance that he didn't, Don Jr. didn't walk these Jamos up to his father's office on the 26th floor is 0. Can you just settle that for us? Did President Trump meet with any of the people?
I have no knowledge of anything to do with that meeting. Okay. But what I can tell you unequivocally is that the allegations and insinuations in this book, which are a pure work of fiction, are nothing but a pile of trash through and through. Well, just to finish, Jay, because your network's been going 24/7 with all this salacious coverage, and I know that it brings a lot of you guys a lot of joy to trying to stick the knife in. But the reality is that page after page after page of the book is pure false. I see sections of the book where events I participated in are described, and I have firsthand knowledge that as they're described, they're completely and totally fraudulent.
Nobody had seen him sticking knives in anybody. There are a lot of people in the White House quoted in the book. I don't know why.
The quote that you're referring to is a quote from Steve Bannon.
Right, who was the president's senior strategist.
And I think that the president's statement on Steve settles once and for all the view about all of that. But
let's talk about that because
let's dig in though to your comment about he was also the president's chief strategist. So one of the other tragedies of this grotesque work of fiction is its betrayal of the president. The reality is the president is a political genius who won against a field of 17 incredibly talented people, who took down the Bush dynasty, who took down the Clinton dynasty, who took down the entire media complex with its 90% negative coverage, took down billions of dollars in special interest donations, and he did it all through the people and through his strategy and his vision and his insight and his experience.
Let's talk about this. The president is now calling Bannon, quote, sloppy Steve, and he released a scathing statement this week saying in part, quote, Steve Bannon has nothing to do with me or my presidency. When he was fired, he not only lost his job, he lost his mind. You worked hand in glove with Bannon at the White House and on the campaign. Is the president really arguing that Steve Bannon had nothing to do with him or his presidency?
I can only tell you my experience, which is that I joined the campaign in January of 16 before the first ballot was cast.
Right, Bannon helped you get that job.
No? Corey Lewandowski is the one who offered me the job in the Trump campaign. But just to finish,
Bannon wasn't helping you. Bannon didn't help you get that job on the campaign.
I think the person who probably helped me most get the job on the campaign was probably Corey. But the most important thing is I've been working with Corey before I joined to try and help out with the campaign. But the most important thing to say about this is that the president's first speech that he gave, unfiltered, unscripted, that was Donald Trump. That's the same Donald Trump who for 30 years has talked about how America is getting ripped off on trade, on military deals, and everything else. It's the same Donald Trump who tapped into the pulse of millions and millions of Americans.
Right, but there's no presidency that is one person.
A phenomenon was happening that you didn't see, a phenomenon was happening that the rest of the political class didn't see. All these so-called political geniuses in Washington, whether it be at the big lobbying firms or
the only person who called himself a genius last week is the president,
which because happens to be a true statement.
Okay.
A self-made billionaire who revolutionized reality TV and who changed the course of our politics.
He's happy that you said that. But
you can be condescending.
I'm not being condescending. I'm trying to get to the point that Steve Bannon.
You can be condescending. That's a snide remark. You're sure he's watching. He's happy. Let me tell you something. Your network, you can be as condescending as you want. It's part of your MO. But listen, you can have 24/7.
I have no idea why you're attacking me.
I'll explain to you. I'll tell you why I'm attacking you. Jake, you can have a 24/7
travel ban.
I'm so glad you brought that up. That's one of the fake news items in the book. I would have to know better than you would, Jake, about how the travel ban was written. Steve Bannon didn't push the travel ban. No, because you have 24 hours of negative anti-Trump hysterical coverage on this network that led in recent weeks to some spectacularly embarrassing false reporting from your network. Because the viewers are entitled to have 3 months of the truth. Why don't you just give me 3 minutes to tell you the truth of Donald Trump that I know and all of our campaigns?
Because it's my show and I want to do that. So this isn't a courtroom and I have a right to settle down. Calm down. Jake, I have a question for you about issues. Stephen Bannon, who the president says had nothing to do with his presidency. He was part of the president's travel ban. He was part of pulling out of the Paris climate deal. He was part of withdrawing from the TPP. He's part of border security. He's part of being tough on immigration. No, I don't want to go through. But my point is it really the position of the Trump White House that Steve Bannon had nothing to do with the presidency? Or can you acknowledge the reality that he was a key player?
I think that what the point is that his role has been greatly exaggerated, whereas the president president hasn't gotten the due that he deserves for the movement that he put together to tap into the kinds of people whose life concerns don't get a lot of attention on CNN. Not a lot of hours of coverage on this TV talking about the working class construction workers who've lost their jobs to foreign labor. There's not a lot of coverage on this TV about the people getting slaughtered in sanctuary cities. You don't do a lot of human interest stories about immigrant communities under siege from MS-13. He tapped into a reality that is happening in this country that's not covered on this network. And I know you think I'm interrupting you, but I think the American people deserve to have 2 or 3 minutes of the truth.
And we've let you.
No, here's the truth. I travel with Donald Trump all across the country and the world. I would be with the president on a campaign plane with a rally in 20 minutes, and he would be able to come up with material.
You've already said that. We let you say that at the top. According to the New York Times, Special Counsel Robert Mueller has in his possession an early draft of a letter that you helped write in May 2017, detailing reasons to fire FBI Director James Comey. According to the newspaper, the first line of the letter mentions the Russia investigation. Did you write a letter outlining reasons to fire Comey and list the Russia investigation? Is that true?
Here's the problem with what you're saying. The final draft of the letter, the one that was...
I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about the one that Comey has that mentions Russia.
If you want to have an answer to your question and not to get hysterical, then I'll answer it. The final draft of the letter has the same line about the fact that there is a Trump-Russia investigation that this has nothing to do with.
So it's just moved from the top to the bottom?
No, look at the letter. It's the beginning. The investigation is referenced in the beginning of the final letter that was released to point out about the fact that notwithstanding having been informed that there's no investigation, that the move that is happening is completely unrelated to that. So it was a disclaimer that appeared in the final version of the letter that was made public.
I want to ask you, because you obviously are very offended by the notion that this book, Fire and Fury, paints a picture of President Trump. Trump is not mentally up to the job. On Saturday, President Trump put out a series of tweets trying to defend himself on this issue of fitness. And he said, quote, actually throughout my life, my 2 greatest assets have been mental stability and being like really smart. Crooked Hillary Clinton also played these cards very hard, and as everyone knows, went down in flames. I went from very successful businessman to top TV star to President of the United States on my first try. I think that would qualify as not smart, but genius, and a very stable genius at that. Do you think tweets like that help or hurt the cause that the president is stable enough for the job?
Not only do I think they help it, but I think in the toxic environment that you created here in CNN and cable news, which is a real crisis of legitimacy for your network. And we saw it, of course, with the extremely fake news you reported about the Don Jr. and WikiLeaks story. There was a huge embarrassment for your network.
Steven?
Just like the huge embarrassment you had. What? Hello?
Somebody asked if my roommates were
You got the Comey testimony wrong.
Oh,
I'm not getting to the issue of your fairness, but the president's tweets absolutely reaffirmed the plain spoken truth. A self-made billionaire revolutionized reality TV and tapped into something magical that's happening in the hearts of this country. The people that you don't, the people that you don't connect with and understand, the people whose manufacturing jobs have left, who've been besieged by high-crime communities, and who've been affected by a policy of uncontrolled immigration, those voices, those experiences don't get covered on this network. That's why, to prove the point, I was booked to talk about the very issues I'm just describing. You're not even asking about them because they're not interesting facts to you.
That's not true. I have plenty of questions. You essentially filibuster by talking about your flight.
No, I'm not. I want to ask you a question because don't be condescending. Jay, the reason why I want to talk about the president's experiences, what I've seen with him traveling to meet dozens of foreign leaders, with his incredible work.
Okay, you're not answering the questions.
You have 24 hours a day of anti-crime material. You're not going to give 3 minutes for the American people to get the real experience of Donald Trump.
There's one viewer that you care about right now, and you're being obsequious. You're being a factotum in order to please him. Okay. And I think I've wasted enough of my viewers' time. Thank you, Stephen. As Republicans, lawmakers call for Attorney General Jeff Sessions to resign. In a major reversal, Democrats are now coming to his defense. What changed? We'll ask the top Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee next.
Damn, Daniel. This isn't the same Kazakhs from the other game, is it? Choice? I don't know. I would remember the name. You can go help him.
She's got long range.
Yeah, it's fucking irritating. She has no summoners, so... How far are you from 2?
2 minions.
Okay. Either Janet or her is an okay target here. I'm probably going back after this. Going back.
She went fleet foot, by the way, so she's real quick.
Yeah, that's...
Her jungler was top lane.
Second place, another year. Second, 472. Second place, another year. Second, 472. Second place, another year. Second,
I don't have 3.
472. Second place, another year.
She's a tornado coming. No E. 2. What's up?
Oh my god. Is Kha'Zix actually coming to gank us?
This is Warden. So I don't know, sorry. Didn't mean to clean.
Some people like to really aggressively push, and they'll do that style like all game, but it's
Like
very
us?
heavily punished, yeah, by consecutive jungle ganks. That last game that we played, it might have been just the last one with that MF, she was able to push into us all game long and never got punished for it. It's really annoying. If this Kha'Zix actually punishes this Ashe for doing it, that's pretty cool. Are you pinging that?
Yeah.
Oh,
Is there any reason
I don't
not
think he wants to.
No, he's not gonna. Was a good shield. Careful.
I'm always careful.
Who's their jungler? J4.
Are there any plans? No.
No, I don't see him. Oh, I thought you were going back. That's why I went mid.
No, I don't have any gold.
I'm on the way.
I can go back now.
Do you want me to stay, or? I mean, I have 9.
No, you can do whatever. I'm gonna go back.
Draven uses flash.
Try to get you?
Yeah, I'd use mine too. I don't know what it feels like to have a Kha'Zix come bottom, dude. Feels weird. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come pink this, so we can get a Kha'Zix gank maybe after his red.
I have a pink
Have
thing.
pink in that foot,
If she shoots a tornado, I'm gonna jump in on the Ashe, okay?
yeah. Okay.
Actually, I'm going here! Can you shield me?
Yeah.
Oh, I have no mana. I'm backing out. It's gonna alter. Who's their jungle? J4 is mid right now?
J4 is mid. I can tank turret.
No, keep going back.
Okay, I'm gonna get their pink. What's my goal for next season? Probably diamond would be fun. I don't know, I want to climb. I like this game. Feels good to improve it again.
An enemy has been slain.
Welcome back home.
Hey, what's up, man?
Do you have everything you need?
Yeah, I got everything.
Okay, just check.
Rip.
Nice.
It's gonna be alright, baby. Things like
No?
this happen.
He doesn't want to, he's low.
I know you're disappointed. you'll get back on your feet. God has plans for all of us.
J4 was top.
We could die. We have to do like right now.
Here you go.
Okay, stop tanking. Don't die to Ash. I don't know where she is.
She could have her.
No, she's only 5. Remember, we killed her.
Oh shit. Yeah.
If you want a super meme, actually, come over here. Do you think they'll see us? Ah, fuck. Okay, never mind.
Messages from my love, my stomach's touching my back. Wake up knowing you fucking broke. I can't even fix me a sandwich. But you can cut these records and dream a vision that trumps everything you see with your eyes. My mother's waiting, my brother is feeling tired. A grown man is a suffering.
Wow, Ekmonpon, welcome to the 2-1 Cyber Clubber, buddy. You're very special.
Oh my god, I love you, Mr. Root. Wow, thanks, buddy.
These bills pound, see my mother fake a smile, hoping all this music shit I'm doing now is worthwhile.
Super chat. Oh, do you think Warsky could like DMCA me since I have like I did a new donation sound? It's him like saying like the hold on I gotta read a super chat. Is that?
I don't know.
Should I even hold on? The world's telling me it's nothing here to see. Got me wondering if I should go on. Man, should I even
Do you want a meme? Do you want a meme? Up, up, up.
Yeah, I'm going around. Okay. I feel like if I just run at Jan, I don't think I can ever like hunt her down that way.
That's fine.
Because she's got like her tornadoes and all sorts of shit. Yeah.
I'm just gonna kill their ward.
These are usually the moments when you'll face a tyrant. Hopes up, watch him fall. You wonder why you should even believe at all. Caught between who I am, caught between who I think I should be to this fickle land. Caught between who I want me to be, what my family wants me to see, what the fans in industry.
I have no E.
Hate to think about it, but what if like I don't master my full potential? And I become less than my supposed credentials.
We don't know where J4 is.
Ah,
yeah.
yeah.
Go.
Can I solo this?
Oh yeah.
Because J4. What a so goody. I think he can still hit me with EQ though. Oh, doesn't matter. He's damaged.
Sorry, yeah. I forgot about her ult. I couldn't get you in time. She get a lot of health because of that shit too.
Yeah. I got a lot of gold though.
Yeah.
Like every morning to this office space. Sad to see the faces on these workers. One came to me looking nervous. Told me no matter what.
Nice. He's gonna get the kill too.
Or you might just end up like me. I'm 45 and drive a Bentley, decent wife, but I hate the life that I chose. Damn. Made me stop and think to myself.
Why is it so low?
To accomplish has made you a living hell. Huh. I guess it ain't what it seemed. A part of me should appreciate that I'm chasing a dream, but I'm a realist, and a part of me would rather be stable. Normal shit. Guess for me that wasn't placed on the table. Past decisions. Everything was made to be instant. I need it now. I need it now. Nobody told me settle down and just focus your efforts.
I didn't think it could have happened, but I am starting almost like the league streams. It only took a few years.
Well, thanks for the $7. Could we hear it or no? I could barely hear it.
Whoops.
You want blue?
Yeah.
I've been here too many times, I can't take it first time I contemplated death. Peace to the daily departed. You know it's real when you find yourself back where you started, my love. You knew that there was so much more in store. Guess it would be crazy to ignore. Maybe I should.
Okay, come here. We're killing this Ash 100%.
Yeah. I have flash.
100. You don't need to. I think you just need to shield me and.
I'll make sure to turn it up. I don't know if I can. I might just need to get a new sound file of it. Let's just go back. It's Cho'Gath bot.
That's okay. We can bully him. Ash is still down. She just came up. I'm gonna do 1 bomb's worth on this. Okay. 1 more wave and then we go back. I don't think Ash is coming down here. This guy is really tanky. I can't kill him. Let's back up. Let's do mountain now. I need 1 CS to catch this call out, so I'm gonna have to grab that before I go in. I think we lose against that guy 2v1, Cho'Gath. Yeah, let's find out. Oh! I was silent, so I couldn't ult the guy away. You got him though? Yeah, okay, whatever. That J4 is fucking huge. If you survive, I would be amazed. Yeah, he's so huge. 9-1.
What is he? Oh, he's 9-1.
What? Yeah.
I said, damn. Yeah.
Mama cry, gotta be the one to dry her eyes. Gotta dry her eyes. Living with your smile, man, you don't even recognize. Don't recognize. I apologize, no a nigga been a pesticide. Been a pesticide. But what would you do in the middle of a young life crisis?
I'll just have to get a different sound file, guys. I apologize. I never been the one to love it or embrace it. Fine line balancing the ills of these gauges. Trying to find a real in the middle of the matrix. $100 bills mixed with fraud faces. Basic. One day you gotta face it.
Oh boy. He fucked his EQ up. Do we have Baron? No.
No, Scuttle. Or Rift Child, whatever his name is. You wanna do Rift?
Go for it.
You don't care about Rift.
I don't give a fuck about Rift.
Mama told me this life ain't what it seems.
J4's down for 3 more seconds.
You gonna go troll that Ash somewhere?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Me too, homie. Alright. I'm going over. Wait. Oh, you shouldn't have revealed.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know over anything. Just another brutal game for him.
Yeah, I guess. How mad, dude? You're 9 and you went from 9-0, I think, or he was 9-1 at least. I saw that. Top lose, mid 1-7, bottom 0-9. That poor J4.
Look, don't compare me to these new niggas. Please don't compare me to these new niggas. I am not him nor he. I will J4 he's these clowns till I'm through with ya. A story of a young in front about him. Never had shit, I've never struggled for $1. Back when I was 7, thought that I would be a scholar. Maybe school would be a way to get away from all the drama. Had to be a rapper. Barely finished school, I just wasn't in a mood, no matter. Mama life fucking. Fussing over money, pay the bill and get your lazy ass out, no frontin'. You ain't saying nothing. I just started packing. I was out the door before she could have stopped and said something. Man, I was bugging. But when you're 17 and your father ain't around, you just can't control nothing. I was trying to be a man. Competition winning, fatal winning. How the hell I win and blew
Someone please do Rift Herald with me. Holy fuck me in the ass. I'm dying to it, dude.
Fucking jump us down. Fuck this guy. Ah.
I got your attention, well let me rock it. Growing up, never really had too many options. You can sit around like a mist to be a problem. Living in the city where the women stay pretty, but the love is never shown. I had to leave to get it popping. So much pain I sat on, dog. Take a look at all these battle scars. Steady when I front like I ain't wrong. All I do is spit cane out, that ain't all. Let's get even. Let's get even. But I always knew that I had it. Never knew how I get it, but always knew that I had it. Hey, man, I just gotta get at it. All I need is some patience, homie. Nothing's automatic. Hey. But I always knew that I had it. Never knew how I get it.
Their late game is really good, so you do have to be careful.
I mean, if any of them would have came to Rift, we'd have had it. So
Oh,
it's all
Oh, nice.
Motherfucker hater, motherfucker opinions if the shit ain't about a dollar, I just tell them see you later. Bounce, bounce, come on, bounce. Cause I like a sailor, could give a less than an ounce. Blowing off steam, do it for the team.
I think our Kazakhs is like a god.
Maybe he's 8-0.
Getting to the point where I don't care enough. My whole fam's on edge, living dollar to dollar. The fuck's the problem? If you got an issue, just holler. I got real shit running through my mind these days. Just looking like I ain't got time to pray. Daddy's sick on drugs, can't hold up. Avoiding every phone call, man. Who knows what could happen to him and it fucks with me. After all of the shit he did, it just stuck with me. Truthfully, I just wanna give him a $1.50 for all of the disappointment when saying the trust in me. But anyways, shit is getting so outrageous. I'm just trying to make it feeling so outdated. Living off my mama's shit, I know I hate it. Looking to the brighter side.
Thank God, dude. We could have lost.
Kali is still DC'd. Holy shit.
Did she get the W? Or? Probably.
Think so? What if that was like a permanent DC?
I don't know, dude. That's a big win for the marketplace of ideas.
Holy shit.
Never knew how I get it, but always knew that I had it. Ay, man, I just gotta get at it.
That's a scary one, dude. That's a tilter.
That Jen is pretty mad, dude. What? How much LP do you have?
92.
Oh fuck, dude.
You tired? If you're tired, we don't have to play.
This is our last one for sure.
Until I'm in promos, then.
Then we'll play them tomorrow. Because I know how tired you get, how grumpy a little Mutant gets when it's past his bedtime. So
I'm not even tired. I'm drinking a Red Bull right now.
No, it's okay.
No,
It's okay.
I'm 100% right now.
You don't have to force yourself for me, little Mutant. It's okay.
Wow, thanks Bad Bunny for the host, buddy.
Fuck Bad Bunny and not hosting me. Unfucking believable.
Bad Bunny just said you're cute, don't blush, bro. I don't give a fuck what Bad Bunny says. That's Destiny's girl, not mine.
That's how that works? We decide this officially?
That's how it is, man.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks, buddy.
Aspirations, responsibilities, caught between them, I'm torn. Tug of war with both of my arms. Strategize the cars that I drawn. Unemployment checks on my card. Spending half of that on my mom. Should invest in a check, correct it when working a stable job. Man, I'm off these vicious is something for real. I promise no front and wake up 7 months later and still ended up doing nothing. Nothing's automatic.
Let's read the soy boy. I'm not a soy boy. I love League of Legends, dude. Did your
Did my what?
Did your sweatshirts sell well?
I don't know. I actually didn't even check.
You never even like pimped them out.
I promoted them a couple times.
Like once or twice on the stream? I got friend zone? Yeah, you got friend zoned, homie. It's alright. We all get friend zoned sometimes. Hey, Bad Bunny. I'm in my underwear.
Shut the fuck up.
Shut up, Steven.
You're
Are you
like
just
12
jealous?
years old, dude.
I'm not 12, dude. I'm 20. About to be 21. What were you doing when you were 20? Let's hear it. Let's hear about it.
I wasn't getting groomed by a 29-year-old pedophile incest rapist, that's for sure.
Are you talking about yourself?
Yeah, that was the joke, Mr. Moon. Good job. You got it,
shit,
dude.
they're talking about Bad Bunny.
Nice job, dude. Good job. You got it. You got there in the end, Mr. Mooten.
Thought you were a little generous with Bad Bunny's age right there. Is it true that my upper thighs are supple and hairless? You'll just have to find out, homie.
Oh shit, Bad Bunny, are you here? Here's it. You could finally start to get into YouTube politics. Sargon released a video. I bet you'd love it.
I hate Sargon. Or I love Sargon.
I'm so glad I kept you, could have left you, let's make room to grow. Here we go, you and I, destination who decides. Take off, crash, land, I don't wanna lose tonight. Take a chance, let it go. Will we make it? Never know. I'm so glad I kept you, could have left you, let's make room to grow.
Looking at you, looking back at me. I like to hear what your story is. If you think you're straight, I got shit to do, but those things can wait. And I'm prone to say that we'll take it slow, but that's bullshit. I've been here, boy,
Dude, this tweet got so much engagement.
Which one?
I love it, dude.
Oh, that's because you pinned it.
I know.
You need to change your Twitter profile.
Dude, that profile picture is so good. Oh my god.
Your Twitter profile pictures are some of the dankest memes in the world. Oh, they banned Lulu, dude. They banned Lulu.
That's alright. You got Nami, you got Janna,
She took
Bran,
Nami.
Lux. Can you play Janna?
Well, you press E. Oh, thank God. Thank fucking God, dude. we're gonna flush that one. I'm a one trick. How do you feel about Bard, like in the future?
Bard's pretty good. His ult is really important, but Bard's really good.
Yeah,
He's
what
very
is
strong
his
in
ult?
lane.
Just straight like
It's for that AOE freeze of everything. You can freeze
Everything?
epic monsters and turrets as well.
Oh fuck, dude. Hold on, guys. We're gonna run ads because I'm fuck the new viewers. Nah, I'm not even gonna run ads. Fuck.
Holiday season, never had time through the week, so we meet up on the weekends. Shit is looking shallow on the surface, but feelings get real when you caught up in the deep end. Sitting in your car, hope we listen to his nice late nights. We don't even have a reason. Too afraid to ask if you leaving. I know you got work in the morning, I don't want to keep you out late.
Music is lit. Thanks, buddy.
Feeling like an outbreak.
Yeah, never mind. I didn't run ads.
It's
too much work.
But I digress. More talk about this and that, past relationships.
Don't forget to give the stream a follow. I'm so close to 8,000. Thanks. Even Destiny viewers, just come follow.
Unfollow him, boys. You know what to do.
Do you follow my stream? Will you be my 10,000 follower?
I'll be your 100,000 if you get that far, okay?
I ain't getting that far. Do you like my tweets sometimes? I do some pretty good tweets, I think. Did you see this one?
See what one?
1 second, let me get it. How do I go to the tweet? So, copy link.
Oh yeah, it's a decent meme.
That was a good meme, I thought. It was this one Twitch chat. Don't worry, I'm following you. Thanks, dude.
Here we go, you and I, destination who decides. Take off, crash, land, I don't wanna lose tonight. Take a chance, let it go. Will we make it? Never know. I'm so glad I kept you, could have left you, let's make room to grow. Here we go, you and I, destination who decides. Take off,
Wow, thanks for the
crash,
follows,
land,
friends.
I don't wanna lose tonight. Take a chance, let it go. Will we make it? Never know. I'm so glad I kept you, could have left you, let's make room to grow. Here we go, you and
Yeah,
I,
great music.
destination who decides. Take off, crash, land, I don't wanna lose tonight. Take a chance, let it go. Will we make it? Never know. I'm so glad I kept you, could have left you, let's make room to grow. Here we go, you and I, destination who decides. Take off, crash, land, I don't wanna lose tonight. Take a chance, let it go. Will we make it? Never know. I'm so glad I kept you, could have left you,
Damn,
let's make
Daniel.
room to grow.
Coming at it again with the follows. So you're not streaming tomorrow?
Probably not, but we'll see.
Remember. Steven is not streaming tomorrow. Find someone else's content, homie. This is Steven Twitch show, and he tries to make a meme. Steven, anytime he tries to make a meme, I'm linking it everywhere.
What? My memes are dank, dude. Is your shit fucked right now, or? Okay.
No? What? You declined.
Try rejoining me or whatever?
Inviting?
Yeah.
Invited. Pick your shit.
Nah, fuck it, never mind. I'm gonna go to sleep. It's almost 3
You're
o'clock.
done? Really? You're gonna quit?
Dude, I woke up so late every day. I need to go to sleep.
You're gonna really quit?
I'm gonna
before my
really-
promo, Steven?
Yeah.
Really?
We're gonna get it tomorrow.
Did
We're
this
gonna
to me
get
yesterday.
tomorrow.
No,
We're
let's
gonna
just play right now.
power
Just
through.
one more game. Just one more game.
Yep.
Just one more game. Just one more game.
Tomorrow,
Steven.
we're gonna
One more
power
game.
through it,
Steven.
Mr. Moon. I love you. It's been
Steven,
fun.
one more game.
Stay
One
safe.
more game. One more game. One more game.
Rapino, cappuccino, pappuccino, I dude. Are you gonna keep streaming? I can host you if you want. Hello? Oh, okay. Bad, you're done streaming, right? Is everybody done streaming? Alright, our boy Steel. Bringing up the night shift. I feel like I've been streaming not that much this month. What are we at? Games. Last 30 days. 278 hours. God damn. We're a monster, boys. But even when I feel like I'm slacking, we're just putting it down. Divided by 30 is an average of 9.3 hours a day. Holy shit. Holy shit, in the last 14 days, we've streamed almost 10 hours a day? Why does it feel like I've been slacking so hard? This is what having a main game does to you, dude. Like, I can just put in so many fucking hours and it doesn't even feel like it. Over the last 7 days, we've streamed almost 35 hours of just League, and then 30 hours more of other shit. Fuck. It's almost like a job you enjoy. Don't flatter yourself. Don't go that far. Every minute I have to turn my face and rest my eyes upon this chat is another minute I get closer to taking my own life. Wendy's singing? Oh, wait, is she... Late singing stream. Oh, okay. Well, here you go. Go listen to Wendy sing. Have fun. Peace out.